They want everybody to have a 500 record. They overcorrected in college football because now I have less than a 500 record because I was dominating early on, and then they fucking fucked me over. Now I won't get back to a 500 record before the end of the season. Let me add that to the playlist.
I'm about to get off here because my girlfriend just woke up. So.
Yeah, if you do get bored, you get on later. Just rejoin
Oh,
the
I'm not
chat
gonna
if you
get
want.
bored.
You're not gonna get bored talking to her.
No, I haven't played the game hardly whatsoever.
Well, I mean, if you play anything, or if you want to. If you don't want to, that's cool. I'm just saying, if you want to. If you don't, I'm just gonna play videos in the
Is there
background anyway.
Dustblood's gameplay out?
Yeah, there is Dustblood's gameplay.
Overthrew him.
There's a bunch of previews from IGN and GameSpot. So I got S, T, U, V, and W teams left. There's no X, Y, and Z's. I'm 2-3 this season. I have an overall record of 38 and 55, which is way worse than last year's. I don't remember what last year's was, but I thought we had a winning record last year.
T has a lot of teams.
What'd you say, Scoot?
I said another drop pass.
Jesus. Yeah, T might have the most teams. Like, I think if you go to T, well, let's see. What S is tonight. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 teams for S's. T's are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, 11. But check out the U's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Overthrow.
13 U teams. That's the most of any letter, by the way. Is when we get to U's.
Wide open overthrow.
So it's
U has the most.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10, and then followed by 11, and followed by 13. Now you see why I only play this on the weekends. Temple's close to you? I didn't know where Temple was. I assumed it was out in freaking East Coast. Scoot's having drop problems on Madden.
Oh my god.
Sorry, I cut you off. What'd you say, man?
Nothing.
Are you
It's in
down?
Temple College.
Yeah.
Are you down now?
Yeah, I'm losing 31-0 in the third quarter.
Just concede that one.
I'm done. This is my last game.
Fuck, man.
Never playing Madden again or college. I'm never playing a football game ever again.
You going back to baseball?
Nope, fuck baseball. I'm never playing a sports game ever again.
NVM Temple
Damn.
is free.
Sports games suck dick.
See, I knew Temple was out east. I feel like Madden 28 is going to have a flag football mode to celebrate the Olympics. Doing flag football.
I think it's just Madden. My patience are gone. Learning how to do plays and everything every year.
That would be awesome.
I mean, it's a combination, right? You could say, hey, the game could be getting worse, or their changes aren't good, and you're out. You've spent so much time on it. All right, Eli, what do you think? We're gonna do good tonight.
Then I get hit and threw an interception before it's pick 6.
Oh my god.
I'm done. Seven and 5.
And that's all she wrote.
I was 7 and 0.
Oh, you lost 5 in a row. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So I think this what happened was they skill-based matchmake you.
No, it's nothing to do with skill based. I'm only in silver 2. Silver 2 is where the fucking scrubs are still. Alright, I'm getting off here.
Alright, I'll see you, man.
I'm selling my PlayStation and my Xbox, by the way.
You're selling them both?
Yep, I'm done gaming.
Fuck. Well, I mean,
Gaming sucks anymore.
is there any game you're looking forward to?
No.
Not even GTA?
Fuck GTA, they can go fuck themselves, Rockstar.
You and Eli are both against GTA. Scoot has left the party. Yeah, he's pissed. He's not happy.
What's he pissed about?
He lost at Madden 38-0. His character kept dropping the ball. Shoot, got all on here.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds of games. Where's the all stars?
That's not even a good reason to sell your consoles.
I don't know. We'll see if that's what he's really gonna do, or if he's just gonna cool off. Shit. Yeah, he lost 5 games in a row after winning the first 7. I mean, I understand why he's mad.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch, our show following the latest gaming hardware.
Yes.
And this week I'm doing yes. Same thing. It's so good to be here. Next week is going to be a big one for video games. A certain long look on Netflix, of all places. And the biggest gaming show in the world is happening in Germany. So Gamescom.
Lost a yard on that.
The first looks at mid-games, trailers, new announcements,
Gamescom's coming up.
both anticipated titles and some of next year's as well. Xbox and Nintendo will be there, PlayStation will not, even though it does have a local free game to promote. Brian, let's start with you. Some of Xbox highlights that they're going to show to before you in PlayStation 2 is on with Fable. That's a big one. This game was revealed 6 years ago. February. What do you think, Microsoft?
Fable's gonna be there at Gamescom.
The first thing
I tried the underhand pass. It failed.
And the reason I say that is just because the developer direct, where we got the first real extended look at that game back in January, that answered questions for me. I mean, it definitely clearly shows that Playground understands the assignment in terms of the tone and sort of the
We're gonna take the points.
The interpersonal mechanics that are key to a good Fable game. And then at the Xbox showcase, behind closed doors, we got to see a 30-minute demo of those interpersonal dynamics, which Microsoft then released. I think we're watching it right now on the screen with a narrating commentary from the developers, so you can see it for yourself. And so, really, the last box left to check, in my opinion, I mean, playing it is, of course, always key, but specifically combat. You know, this studio...
Yeah, we got to see that at Gamescom. What does the Fable combat look like?
Don't make 9 out of 10
That's really going to make make or break the freaking game, in my opinion. I don't care how good your systems are, or the story is, or the setting is.
Your college is about an hour from me.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Texas teams when we do the tees. Because just in the tees alone, you're going to get Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Texas State. What else? TCU. So I want to see, let's like to traverse and stuff be there. And I'll also add that Gamescom is more like free. So one thing to look forward to about Gamescom is to visit for favorites. Into the first quarter. Sacramento State might be one of the new teams this year. I don't remember. They keep adding teams every year from AA to FBS.
In playing Persona 3 Reload on the hardest difficulty.
Good luck, brother. Jeez Louise.
Connor finally banned me.
Oh, no. Connor banned you. Well, you won't be banned here, buddy. The sales were a little soft on that. A handful of reasons. And the Master Chief Collection is available.
It's not that hard so far.
So far is the key word. Me and Scooter went and seen Insidious out of the further. I don't know how that. I don't know why that is, Eli. That sucks, though. I'm sorry. Yeah, me and Scooter, we seen Insidious out of the further. We did a video on it. We recorded it. I haven't released it yet.
Was it good?
Yeah, I liked it. It'll probably be in my top 10 movies of the year by the end of the year.
Oh no, Connor banned you.
There's still a couple movies coming out this year that I'm interested in. The Resident Evil movie looks good.
I think I've only seen the first Insidious.
I've seen them all.
Do we play? Do you eat shells?
Do I eat shells?
Do
No.
you eat mac and cheese?
Yes, I eat mac and cheese.
Gears is getting better. A lot of people really like Gears 5, but it's just the audience has shrunk from it being
No.
Gears 4 was and Gears 2, that was
Yes,
the
I eat
square
mac and
in
cheese.
the center of the Xbox 360
But,
dominant era. All those games.
Play a sad
But
song.
a lot of people do swear by the recent transfers. Like, people really
I got Little Man's Ashes back today.
and some people really didn't like this remake. I love old ones, so I just don't forget it. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I reviewed the campaign to see Gears.
Resident Evil and Doomsday and maybe Clayface are what I want to see.
Excellent.
Play a sad song, Connor.
Yeah, Resident Evil, Doomsday, Clayface. But there's another movie I'm interested in. It's called Verity. Comes out October 2nd. You just gotta look at the trailer for it. It's kind of hard to describe. It's kind of weird. It's kind of goofy, not goofy, but it's like definitely leans into like bizarre like horror stuff. It's like a writer who can't write anymore, and they get a ghost writer to do it, and then she starts being able to move, but she's not supposed to be able to move. It's a good trailer. Wait, did I stop them? They said I stopped them there.
That reminds me of Alan Wake. Do you have a giant gummy snake? Do you eat rock candy?
Giant gummy snake. Yeah, I'll eat rock candy.
It just goes on for about 10 hours too long. And it starts to drain.
But
curious to see this company.
Do you eat
How would you
celery?
like me to go in for 20 more games?
I'll eat raw candy.
also, I'm excited for like that Chris Hansen A24 horror movie that's wild and weird as fuck coming out in late September. I think that comes out September 25th.
I'm excited to see where this looks like it's going to be set up with some kind of some spaceship. So I don't know. I hope they stick to kind of just the basics. I think the Alien franchise as a whole, especially with the Alien
Someone tried to tell me the Minions movie is satanic.
That's ridiculous. That's like people who call Pokemon demons because it's pocket monsters.
That's what sounds more appealing to me. Yeah, people make that's always gonna happen.
But I love the Resident Evil movie because you can't even tell it's a Resident Evil movie until it gets to a certain point in the trailer.
Connor freaking banning me.
Connor's a douche. Forget Connor, I'm your number one streamer. I didn't have nothing.
The expansion pass for Pokemon Lugia and Splatoon Raiders.
The Resident Evil movies from the 2000s are fire emo.
Alright, you're okay.
Connor, I'm your number one streamer.
I think this Resident Evil's gonna be better than that. Alright, Poodle. You're right.
I hope so.
You know, I'm not much of a Resident Evil fan. I was interested in this.
Jacob always has one question.
Yeah, but maybe, just maybe, it would be a game.
Shit.
Hi, I have one question.
Yes, sir. What's your question?
Shit.
They're prepared to show this in any other capacity yet, because I think they're going to wait until they're...
Oh, I picked it right back off.
Have you looked into making some of Little Man's ashes into a cross or something we did for my grandpa? What?
It's in an urn.
Now I can see, you know, a turn-based strategy game doesn't LOL to just want to show it.
I don't
I got it by my I got him by my nightstand. It's smaller because he's
and
little.
I look fine.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about how this is filling a void that left by E3. It's a really
I look fine.
you know, as they built out their booth, you know, it's a remake of Ocarina of Time. It just seems like it's no,
Clearly I
it's not
just suck at that.
sufficiently big enough deal about it. You know,
So
it's
what's
supposed to be out
going
in
on with
3 months
my
now,
clan and
and,
the quartering?
a remake of what
They're both getting flagged.
And what is it going up against? It's going up GTA.
Well, Quartering's getting his stuff taken down because of stealing shorts. Mike Clum's getting his stuff taken down because EDP's mad at him, even though he agreed to do the documentary. What's the bad news?
I have some sad
Oh,
news.
oh, oh! What's the sad news, bro?
Connor banned me.
Oh, that's the news. Sorry.
The FBI should save Mike's channel. Today was my last day at Connor's live stream.
I agree.
What's the sad news? That's the news.
Our friend Jeff Keighley, who puts on the opening night live showcase, which you guys
I
Touchdown.
agree.
And to see all of her reactions and analysis, but Keighley has gotten some big
Touchdown.
Nintendo stuff in the past. Like he got like the first footage or gameplay from so he's had Miyamoto introduce stuff, so
I didn't think it was possible.
Sam, you're probably certainly
Hang
correct
on.
that it's going to be a Nintendo Direct that shows us games
Yes, sir.
on release date, but there's some chance that Keyless pulled some, and maybe we get a release date trailer.
The don't know no bans, please.
So, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't ban you.
Another thing is
I wouldn't ban you.
Which I think it's out that week. Yeah, it was actually supposed to be out last fall, but then we played it at
I don't ban you.
Gamescom last year, and we're not super so they delayed it, and now it's coming
I'm an
out
amateur.
this week, but they don't have it on the show. And I don't know if that's a voting comment. So we're
Halftime, we're up 10-7.
switch to what I would say
Oh,
is
God.
from Software's new thing. The Dust
RJ
Bloods
goes
switched
to the
its
mountain
exclusive
Jesus
preview,
played on and
hands-on
spreads little
preview
man
on
ashes.
IGN. Right
This is
now,
gonna
said,
be another
look
ban
for
by
an
Connor.
energy item over to From Software and Tokyo.
I don't want to spread the ashes. I don't know why people do that. I'm keeping his ashes.
Maybe it also back here in that's right. Well, yeah, sure. Almost. Nothing good.
They're talking about Dust Bloods now.
And neither should
I
you.
don't either, lol.
That's right.
Why are my glasses outside the helmet?
If I wanted to just, I don't know, if I didn't want his ashes, I would have just done a communal cremation for a dog. It would have been cheaper, you know, but I wanted to keep his ashes.
Oh, come on.
We're very in the lead here, Sam, because the next Mega Man game is going to be playable.
Wow, he dropped that?
The next big Capcom game.
That's cool.
Yeah. Resident Evil Raccoon, Dragmeta, Onimusha,
Crap.
now in this joke as well.
I hit circle to switch over to a guy, and it went to the wrong dude. Actually left that dude open.
Doesn't really say that.
Connor banned me, so I have to watch RJS live streams now.
Other than
No, I haven't. I did see,
anything else about it, yes.
Connor's first live stream.
Well, I'm glad
was
you're
a
here.
Surprise.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
but I did see that June the King made a documentary about Clavicular. I've never really watched Clavicular, but I heard about him a lot, and I'm gonna probably watch that video at some point. But I'll actually watch that on my own because I want to pay attention.
That a Mega Man game needs to be, but the fact that I'm calling it Mega Man
I
12
don't
makes me
even
wonder
know
if
that is.
they're twisting.
Oh, he's some famous like red pillar look smackster kind of dude. He does stuff to his face, like he puts a hammer to his
I don't
face.
know what is
Oh
on
my
it.
god.
Yeah, what? There's this
He puts like some sort of hammer to his face to like
slide in a different way.
fix his face
Nice
to
one,
straighten
should
it
make
out.
a Wings documentary.
Sometimes stubby stuff.
Wings would have to agree to it.
So, you know, for a game that I love, that
That's what makes these documentaries great, is it's the unprecedented access. Mike Plum gets to talk to, be with, document everything Boogie did, everything that EDP did for months.
just seems crazy that
He was gonna do one on DSP. DSP changed his
I'm
mind
literally
though.
trying to avoid any bans from Connor's channel.
so many great memories of the Xbox Live Arcade.
After Boogie, he was gonna do DSP. DSP changed his mind, so he went to EDP.
First month that's out soon. Pretty much
I
no
think I
quiet
was
is what
right to try
it
to
made
avoid.
that we need to see, but it'll be good for the public to get their hands on the game. We think. Exactly. I
Shit.
had the privilege of playing this
Software.
at the June events a couple months ago.
Did you see that move I put on him? Just to get a couple yards.
I'm a big
Big
Remedy fan.
blast.
Viewers want to know that. I've loved pretty much everything
Big
now
lagging.
called Crossfire.
Shit.
They're a great, great studio. And the first Control was IGN's Game of the Year in 2019. I can say with a straight face that we loved it before it was cool. And the reason it is cool. And I'm glad the world is
All right,
woken up to it.
RPO.
This looks really good. It's a yeah, some shooter, but it's played plays great in my experience. And
I don't really give a rat's ass about Control. Resident, I don't care.
Sam from Fantasy 7 Revelations gonna be due out next spring. Yeah, and that one's gonna be multi-platform, right? Yeah. More exclusives for Smart. Yeah, Xbox and Nintendo.
4th and 2. I think we got to go for it, guys. We're gonna do a
Not a
fake
different
punt.
idea to what a ban is to me.
From the airship.
105 I call bullshit on that.
She's in the game, so that's
We're gonna do a fake punt off tackle when he doesn't
Again, I
expect
call
it.
bullshit on that. He'll get Control, Resident, and Onimusha on sale.
Oh, he stopped me.
Next game, that's out in October, but that's not, at least not announced. They haven't announced it ahead of time. Yeah, I mean,
He didn't get my block.
which just indicates
Fuck.
a ton of interest. So,
Connor's
I'm kinda
gonna ban me,
surprised
isn't
that Square
he?
isn't showing it in their booth, but,
Yeah, he did.
He stopped
David, I
me.
think you and I are both, Sam, you and this as well. We're huge fans of
I'm not
HD
lunging,
tuning.
am I
It is-
supposed to
it
be
is just the
lunging?
coolest aesthetic. I love it so
Yeah,
much.
he did.
And this is also the first turn-based Final Fantasy in a while, I believe. So this game could end up being a very big deal. Yeah, this one is it started
I
its
really
life as
hope
a
this
mobile
controller
port.
works.
Huh, there's Control Resonance and there's Final Fantasy Resonance. I'm more interested in Final Fantasy Resonance.
Connor actually banned me.
So, yeah, I was told that the story in that mobile game is
Sorry about that, man.
Final Fantasy.
customizes your target. The story in that mobile game is actually pretty good in the first place, so. I don't know if this game is still available.
Oh, he stiff armed
Hey
me.
Connor though, why is Connor so good?
A game that hasn't, I think, been announced. I mean, there'll be lots of stuff that has been announced yet, but the one that's been announced ahead of time is an expansion of an 11-year-old game, The Witcher 3. This is the Songs of the Past DLC. It's going to get its big reveal. I think it'll be live. Sam, I know you're a big fan of just the Witcher universe in
I
general.
think we should drug
This is
test
an
Connor's
expansion for an
channel,
11-year-old
please.
game.
We should.
Yeah, what do you want from it?
I picked it off.
Set up Siri to be the lead in Witcher 4. I mean, think of how amazing the Witcher 3 development
I need to take advantage of these turnovers.
a decade.
We should.
Recorded it several times, and so now they're using the newer tools to make so the bridge game between Witcher 3 and Witcher 4. This DLC, which is what I sort of thing. It's a really interesting idea. And Witcher
Don't
3
blame
doesn't look like
Alabama,
Witcher
really.
3 when it launched. It looks better. It should play differently, and generally they've made these, interesting even as standalone games. Trust me, going back to The Witcher is not like riding a bike. Filling your inventory in one, and you're like, why do I have all these white cloths? That's nonsense. Yeah, it'll be. I can't wait just to make a burner file.
I go on Connor's channel chat and I get
If
banned.
this does well, which the odds are pretty good that it's going to do pretty well, this provided it is actually.
Man, that just sucks.
See big developers do the same thing and revisit games that are well in their past. And I wonder if maybe the timing doesn't quite line up, but I got to think of it.
Oh, I blew him up.
That might be watching. So maybe we could have a Skyrim expansion.
Connor
just
banned
as a-
me that couldn't
and sold
be
a whole
further
bunch of
from the
copies, but
truth.
Maybe they do that with
Oh, so somebody lied.
something else in there. This could become a template for other big, really mega franchise games that have yeah, one thing that makes this possible for The Witcher is that they
Somebody
are CD
lied.
Projekt Red, and they're the same development team that's expanded and made these games. And they probably have all the institutional knowledge there. Like, I'd imagine it'd be hard for Mass Effect 2 to DLC now, right? Just because they're just going there. Yeah.
I'm sure I done better than
There's
this
certain
before.
companies like this which could totally
Where's the cat?
I believe this expansion is being co-developed.
Cat's outside.
With an outside team, but if I recall correctly, the commenters will just correct me here because I'm just in the moment. But I think that the lead developers on this are ex-CD Projekt Red people, so that's the next best thing to in-house. Yeah, that's really interesting.
The cat's
It's making
outside.
new stuff for old games. Those are the newer stuff.
Oh, come on.
I'll be on the show. I think I could really likely candidate something like Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, because that's out in February. That's actually one of the most anticipated games. You're going to be able to watch all this on IGN next week. It all kicks off Tuesday with Opening Night Live, and that's going to be at 10:30
Oh, come on.
Amen, Ryan.
Fuck.
This might be the first game in a long time that might actually put their time and put their money, put them getting excited about playing last in some cases.
But those expectations have basically kind of taken things into a rational
Fuck.
territory. Grand Theft Auto 6 is no longer just supposed to be a game or the next game in a series. It's supposed to be the game that's going to save the AAA gaming space, and also someone ever
Ridiculous,
13 years
ridiculous.
of imagining what this game is going to be. When you have
Oh!
many people that are that excited about something, that are that desperate for something, they are the perfect lab rat. Man, does that excite a lot of these
Well, when I pitched that back, I was hoping he'd keep running.
Oh my,
One
it
thing that I was
doesn't
not
even
going to let
count
go
up.
of was the fact that I saw
He
content creator
ended up going backwards for some reason. I'm fucking trying to move forward, he goes backwards.
defend
That was going to be an epic play.
their
Good old-fashioned hook and ladder.
gameplay trailer. Reveal that they're going to do behind a 6-hour
No, are you
paywall
fucking
on
kidding?
Netflix. They said that it's inconsequential. They said that
First down
it's nothing
on 4th and 10.
And these people, they're either covering for the industry, or they just have no idea what any of this means. Because it's not the trailer, it's not the 6 hours, it's the
First
precedent,
down.
it's the experiment. You're trying to see how much they can monetize, and even more so, see how much
Can I go to
spend
Mr. Mark's
without
house,
giving
please?
anything.
Yeah, he's chilling at his place right now.
We're going to be talking about certain insane expectations around this game, what Take-Two's own numbers say about this entire situation and where all this is heading, and how that stupid little 6-hour Netflix window matters a whole lot more than people think. GTA 6, see how
He's
much you're gonna
chilling
pay
at
for a
his
game.
place right
You're
now.
testing to see how much you're going to tolerate before you can get one. Before that,
Interesting.
so you expect to see how
He's using his timeouts now instead of after the tune-up warning.
Mattresses for their Labor Day sale. Grand Theft Auto 6 is just not behaving like a normal game, which hell, maybe not even launch it again. They did this one.
Oh, he dropped it! Are you fucking kidding me?
They haven't even shown us
Oh!
actual gameplay work, and somehow
He was wide open!
seems surprised by the outcome. Speaking to GameSpeed on whether he was taking a victory lap over their pre-orders, Selnick responded, "Well, I said pre-orders were exceptional and vastly beyond their expectations.
Look at that!
Are you
Oh!
The
fucking
victory
kidding
lap
me?
is I'm engaging in, and exceptional is
was
underselling
wide
it by
open.
quite a lot in this case because Grand Theft Auto 6 is reportedly already
And he's tackled short of the first down.
dollars in pre-sales. Nearly 90% of those sales coming from the Ultimate Edition. Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
I've been said this before, but this game is going to be reality when it releases. But this is already going well beyond my own expectations.
My
And those
Connor
estimates are
streamer.
accurate. Grand Theft Auto 6 is already sold somewhere around like 5 or maybe even 4.5 million copies or something like that before it even releases. Rockstar even showing people how this game actually plays. So when this game is actually going to release, how many copies is this thing going to sell? It is absolutely going to crush the game.
All right, third down. Come on, defense.
I mean, yeah, Rockstar has an incredible track record. I'm not going to deny that. But these people don't even fully know what they're even buying yet. They're just completely confident that this is going to be exactly what they want. Grand Theft Auto 6 is already selling at a level that most games would kill to reach for their entire lifetime, and it's not even out yet. Now, I'm sure this probably has a lot of you guys asking, how the hell do we reach a point where we have billions of people that are willing to buy a game that they haven't even seen yet? You know, I hate pre-orders. I'm like do not see the point of them anymore. I think that this response actually makes perfect sense. I've thrown around a lot of numbers before. Grand Theft Auto 5 has been one of the top 20 or top 10 best-selling games almost every single year, making it the best-selling game of the last decade. GTA Online makes like $4 billion every single week just on PlayStation alone. The franchise is on track to be basically one of the most purchased games in existence, but the picture that I've always tried to paint is that regardless of whatever your personal feelings are, Grand Theft Auto just seems to exist outside of the rest of the industry. It just doesn't behave like it's competition. It reaches people who don't even play a game.
Wow.
It might actually be. So when you have a franchise that is this dominant financially and culturally, and then you make people wait 13 years for the next one, the pressure that builds behind that is absurd. Some kids have literally been waiting their entire lives for this game. People who played Grand Theft Auto 5 when it launched have graduated, built careers, had kids of their own. But I think a huge part of what has made this anticipation so extreme at this point is what the games industries look like during the fight. Grand Theft Auto 5 was released when, honestly, you could argue was one of gaming's strongest eras. Prices were competitive, the games themselves were released. Mass Effect 3,
Gosh damn it.
Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, BioShock Infinite, Battlefield 4, nearly every single major studio was firing on all cylinders, but since then, man, the last decade has been really rough for AAA. We have seen a serious decline in quality and originality. Prices have gone up, the industry has become obsessed with live service, hardware is so rich. A lot of these studios that left a lot of those really good games behind are now just shadows of themselves, and they're just barely even holding together. AAA has lost a lot of ground to Indie and AA because, frankly, man, their games just aren't really good anymore. And that's changed how people look at new releases. I mean, a lot of us, including myself, just don't really look forward to a lot of these new AAA games. We don't think about how great it's going to be. We just start wondering about what's going to be wrong with them. The AAA industry has become so weak over the years, and I think a lot of people are just starving for one of those monoculture moments where everybody is playing the same thing, talking about the same thing, and actually excited at the exact same time. For a lot of people, Grand Theft Auto 6 has become the light at the end of the tunnel. And it makes a lot of sense to me that so many people would be ready and willing and willing to just blindly hand over money to it because they're desperate for it. They need it. They dream of it. And that dreaming has pushed this game into some really weird territory because in 13 years, people have built up such a clear idea of what Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to be. They need it to be, that Rockstar barely even has to convince them anymore. They've imagined how big it's going to be, how much better it's going to be than everything else, and somewhere along the way, that expectation is suddenly now turned into their certainty. People aren't approaching Grand Theft Auto 6 like it's a game that needs to actually sell itself to them. They've already decided that they're going to play it. A lot of people have already decided it's going to be incredible, and millions of people have already handed over $80 to $100 without ever even seeing a single frame of actual gameplay. At some point, version of Grand Theft Auto 6 that people have spent the last 13 years building up in their heads has just been doing half of Rockstar's marketing for them. And what really funny is that almost perfectly on cue, Grand Theft Auto 6 has been fucking better. And I don't think there's anything better that demonstrates just how much people have built this game up in their heads. I mean, every single clip is turning into an event.
Gotta go to the end zone.
Innovations. Like Grand Theft Auto 5 or Red Dead Redemption 2 because they are so invested in this game that even a few seconds of shitty footage becomes something we're fighting over. And I also find all of this hilarious, like especially hilarious because one of the arguments a lot of people were making about GTA 6 not having a physical edition was that it was going to somehow protect Rockstar leaks, and well, here we are, the game's leaking anyway, so we buy physically. But I actually think the reaction to those leaks is more important than the leaks themselves because none of this is...
This is an L.
Nobody seems to care.
Game would have been totally differently if I didn't drop that third down. There's just a couple key plays that...
Seeing any state of the industry as it is today with this being some of these games in vain, you'd think people would be a little bit more cautious, but instead, all this anticipation, the state of AAA, and the influence Grand Theft Auto has built over the years is basically pushing people in the exact opposite direction. And that's what's making this audience so valuable, so malleable. They are just so resilient. Rockstar can show less, they can ask for less, they can ask for more money earlier, and people are still throwing themselves at the game. The normal rules of marketing barely even apply here anymore, and that's why I keep coming back to this idea that Grand Theft Auto 6 feels less like a normal launch and a lot more like an experiment. This audience is basically the best lab rat.
There's this machine. It can undo the apocalypse. What's out there? Well, we'll find out. I need something.
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll buy you up to $200. Apply now. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll buy you up to $200.
Somebody say that Grand Theft Auto 6's marketing cycle was absolutely horrendous, and I had responded saying that I wouldn't call it marketing. I would call it a social experiment to see how much money people will spend without knowing what they're actually buying.
I'm chatting
At the time,
so
I was joking.
fucking
Man, I think I actually...
Yes, you are. You're chatting the best chatters.
Only a few days after I had said that,
God, how stupid are you, Connor?
Connor's dumb.
Except for the first 6 hours would be exclusive.
Sam Houston, you're up. Sam, this is your team. Sam Houston.
This is an advertisement for a game that people have already spent hundreds of millions of dollars pre-ordering, and now they're putting early access to that advertisement behind another company's subscription service. I'm essentially betting that people are so desperate to see more Grand Theft Auto 6
I'm
that
just
some of them are
chatting
going to be
good
willing to
while
pay
everyone
more
else is
money just to
spamming,
be
but I'm the one
advertised
that
to 6
fucking
hours
gets spammed.
earlier than everybody else.
Yeah, you don't spam.
This sounds like some weird little marketing stunt, because now we're seeing just how valuable the anticipation around Grand Theft Auto 6 has become on its own. They haven't even released this game yet, and they're already finding ways to be able to turn people's desperation into seeing more of it into something that another company is...
Great, this guy's won a national title.
So now, we're not just talking about
Yes, you are. You're chatting the best chatters.
$80 to $100 without seeing a game anymore.
It's the Bearcats versus the Tar Heels.
This is your team.
This is your team.
This thing in your hands. I don't think people understand.
This is the best stream in the world.
It just doesn't really make any sense. Well, I understand that some of you guys are just not interested in it. Some of you guys are probably praying that this game is going to fail. Part of me kind of understands that in some cases, but for a minute, it's going to feel like we've been teleported back to the late 2000s to early 2010s, where everybody is playing one game, talking about one game, and it's just going to basically envelop the entire industry in all discussion. Quite a while, to be honest with you. This game is just going to become
no
entirely
more Connor.
unavoidable. It's going to blot out the sun. It's going to evaporate the seeds. It's going to blow a hole in the side of the
No more
games
Connor.
industry, and nobody's going to be able to get around it. This game is going to be so dominant. I mean, look how people are already acting right now. They're so irrational over this game. Nobody's going to be paying attention to anything else. It's already sucking the oxygen out of the room. It's already one of the most highest-selling games this year, and it's not even out yet. It's still 3 months out from this point. It's crazy, man. You know, I think what's really weird or uncomfortable about
This is the
and
best
this is
stream
probably
in
one
the
thing that I
world.
don't think people are taking the time to really think about. is
Yes, sir.
we just don't see this play anymore. This is how things used to be. These companies used to have this kind of level of trust. We used to see this lack of caution from players all of the time. They used to all have this kind of reputation. They lost it over time, and I think now, today, Rockstar might be the only one that still has enough pull
do
to be able
swear
to
a
do
lot.
something like this.
You don't swear that much.
That we're in a different era of the games industry, one that is far darker and more exploitative than it has ever been before, and that trust and goodwill that players are easily and very readily handing over is very easy for them to do. And that's exactly what these companies are doing. Rockstar and Take-Two fully understand the position
This
that they're
is
in
my
right now.
first day of
They
being
know
banned from
that they can
Connor's
get away
channel.
with damn near anything. And that's
It's the first day of the rest of your life.
Raising the base price of games to $80. It's why they pulled up content that you can see and interact with in the game. It's the reason why
Yes, sir.
they made the game digital only. It's the reason why they are locking the trailer of the game behind a 6-hour paywall on Netflix. All of these things are aligned.
Where is Sam
They know
Houston
that they
at?
can get away with anything right now, so they're taking.
I don't know.
And in a lot of cases,
Maybe it is a Texas school.
they're definitely testing a lot of people.
You
Now,
don't
I've seen
swear
a lot
that
of
much.
people that have tried to handle
No, I really don't.
This stream is not
It's
PG.
a lot of the actions that Rockstar has taken.
It's really not.
I think that they're just trying to dodge out the consequences for pissing off any Grand Theft Auto fans. I don't really care that much. Like, I'm still going to play the game. I'm still excited or invested in it. I'm still going to
It's in
criticize
Huntsville,
everything that company
Texas.
does if I don't like what they do.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was in Texas.
Even though it's like, I see why people think they have the freedom to. But I've seen a lot of people that have
Cancel.
been trying to make
I don't know where the hell Huntsville, Texas is.
by saying that the 6-hour Netflix window is not consumer friendly, that it is somehow anti-consumer, that it's a bad practice, and these people are either covering for the games industry, or they simply just do not understand exactly what the effects are, and they're not even trying to take the time to ask the most obvious.
Come on, dude. Quit pausing the game and play.
And when you start looking
It's
at the
named
player
after a
roster
president of
and
the
direction
Republic
all
of
them are
Texas,
going
Sam
in,
Houston.
all of the exact
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
really
right.
don't.
it becomes
Makes sense.
It's really not.
They're looking for ways to monetize you in the game.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges, dishwashers, couches, and scissors.
Monetize you in the game.
Hi, I'm Sam.
I've already seen people offer
Come on, give him a loss.
exclusivity deals.
This is bullshit.
Anti-consumer practices alongside the $80 price tag.
God, quit pausing the game, you fucking idiot.
Paywalling some of the content mechanics behind missions
Go
and
down
stuff
it,
like that.
Connor.
And the
Why are
ultimate
you so
mission.
slow at
The
unbanning
trailer
me?
itself, though, I think
This
it's
is
pretty obvious
bullshit.
that this is some kind of promotional deal. Netflix and Take-Two likely have some larger partnership that's planned around Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, whether that's a series or a movie or something else, and they're using this reveal to be.
Come on, what's going on?
That. There also has to be some financial benefit. Netflix gets to attach itself to one of the biggest gaming reveals in years.
Good lord.
Subscribers because of it. Well, is also undoubtedly going to be pulling in some money of their own because they're giving them some of that
Do you eat
exclusivity.
giant gummy
Well, I think this
snakes?
whole thing is greasy on the surface.
Yes.
Summer
Come
exclusivity
on, what's
itself
going on?
doesn't really bother me nearly that much because, well, it's honestly, yeah, just a 6-hour exclusivity is going to be on YouTube soon after that. But really bothers me is what this could mean.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with the people that are defending it. I've seen some people say that if you want to subscribe to Netflix or watch the trailer early or pre-order the game,
God.
you aren't actually contributing to any industry bad practices or the death of physical media. You're just excited about a game that you love. And that, guys, is a code. What are you doing? If you want to financially support the
Damn
media,
it.
then yes.
I'm
There's
fun.
nothing to defend here. You are getting absolutely no benefit at all. Well, the company is finding another way to monetize your attention before they've even handed you a game, provided you a service. Now, you are completely within your rights to say, I don't care. I want what I want. And I'm actually fine with that. We are selfish and indulgent creatures by nature. We work for our money, and if reworking Grand Theft Auto 6 or watching that trailer 6 hours early makes you happy, then more power to you. But you can't do that and then pretend like that decision has no effect on whatever else these companies are going to try next. Now, with that said, I'm rapidly pro-consumer, and I recognize that people are not sitting around analyzing the games industry or thinking about
Bad
the
pun. I could have went deeper with
every
it.
single purchase that they make. So
I think this is your worst year in a sports game.
Yeah, and the thing is, it started off hot. It started off hot, you know, and then when I promoted class, it just, everything went to shit, dude.
That's why regulation and consumers exist in the first place. That's why you have people that are
College football was like this last year. It's good early on, and then as you rank up, it just gets, you get paired with harder and harder opponents, and it swings too far the other way.
Jason Schreier.
At least I was able to get a national title last time I played 2 years ago.
Something that he said that I can't let slide because it either shows how willing these people are to cover for the industry.
And thing is, I'm not down. I will say this: there was a lot of games 2 years ago where if I did lose, it'd be blowout losses. I don't have a lot of blowout losses this year. I have a few, but I have a lot of like heartbreaker losses.
We're getting financial.
6 hours before it's on YouTube. You're out of this and you're complaining about that one. So there's really very little downside to that.
That shows exactly whose side you're up into this case. It's only 6 hours. If you think it's anti-consumer, you need to figure it out. It's not a big deal. Those are some famous last words.
Like last game, even though it was a 12-point loss, it really came down to that third down pass drop that shouldn't have happened.
Guys, it's just worse. It's only $2.50. It's not that big of a deal. Guys, it's just a couple of missions. You don't need to pre-order the game. Nobody needs to buy those. Guys, it's just a couple days of early access. Anybody can play, right? It's just this one game that's going to end up doing something like that. That's how this stuff
Connor always
always
banned me
starts out. It
first.
always gets introduced to some small form of what it is. So that anybody...
Yeah, he did it.
And it makes
It's
zero
made to look
sense.
unreasonable in a lot of cases. this is the issue that I have.
He just wants to make you mad.
Because everybody's right, it is negligible. It's not that big of a deal. And
He's
honestly,
still
I don't
getting a
even think
modded
this specific
PSP.
practice is going to be able to spread across the entire
Yeah, he
industry.
did
I mean,
it.
think about
Smart move.
any other game that can actually pull something like this on. I really think there is one. Rockstar can-
I don't know why he took that out so wide. He should have just cut it up. Good for me.
No, it's the motivation behind it. This is a company that is looking for every possible way to monetize its
Good shed block shed.
sale to the point that they have found a way to return fan anticipation or hype into value. For a
And apparently that's too fast.
The takeaway here is that Netflix
Whatever.
is that this industry is clearly looking beyond its current monetization models and searching for some ways
Damn
to
it.
make money inside the game and outside of the game themselves.
I guess it is my objective to get banned from Connor's channel.
Because the Netflix exclusivity is just one.
It's not your fault.
Just this summer, EA announced EA Advertising, a way to put ads directly into your gameplay. PlayStation is preparing to scale up
Wait,
their
Connor
advertising.
banned me? Are you
Xbox is
fucking
testing
kidding me,
ad
Connor?
support in
How the
game
fuck do
streaming.
you ban
Sony
me?
just killed physical disc production and is pushing further into digital games. And just a couple of weeks
Who's the
ago,
best fucking
Strauss
streamer?
predicted that within 3 years, we'll
No, I am.
well, also saying this when he was asked whether video games could push deeper into mass culture. Undoubtedly, I think we are scratching the surface both in terms of the size of the audience
No,
and
I
the
am.
monetization of that audience.
No, you are.
Guys, look, it's find more money selling you the game just isn't enough anymore. Merchandising isn't enough anymore. DLC isn't enough. Subscription.
Oh, I just totally attacked him right there.
Are.
Live service isn't enough. They have to keep growing, keep breaking records, keep shareholders happy, keep those investments coming in. So they have to keep digging for somewhere else to be able to make more money. And while I think we've watched a lot of these companies start to extend themselves into Hollywood over the past couple of years with movies and television shows, that relationship
of course,
is starting to
Connor
flow
bans
in the
me.
other direction. They are not just turning games into entertainment franchises anymore. They're starting to bring Hollywood's advertising partnerships,
challenge
streaming, and
YouTubers.
monetization strategies
No.
into the games themselves. And if you guys think that I'm exaggerating, I'm telling you that these guys are saying that selling the game just isn't enough anymore. Look at Take-Two's own numbers. Last year, they generated roughly around
No.
$6.7 billion in revenue, believing that's going to grow to $8
All right, 4th and goal.
But only about 1.4
Probably should kick it. Oh, he's going for it.
other game sales, probably 5.2 billion, almost.
I think this is crazy. I would take the points if I was him.
Came from recurrent consumer
Alert.
spending, microtransactions, virtual currency, mobile spending, all the shit that happens after
We stopped him. He actually kind of had a guy cutting open, but he couldn't get it to him.
Fraction of the money that these guys are bringing in. The overwhelming majority is coming from different ways that they're being able to find to continually monetize people that are already playing their games. And GTA is just one of the best examples why. Grand Theft Auto Online is still reportedly bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars every single year. Grand Theft Auto 5 release, they sold you a game once and then spent the next 13 years figuring out more ways to keep making money off that same audience that stayed there. So when Strauss Zelnick is talking about how they feel like they've only scratched the surface when it comes to how they're monetizing the gaming industry or how they're monetizing the gaming audience, I think you should listen to him. This isn't some hypothetical future where these publishers are suddenly now just deciding that they want to find more revenue streams. That business model already exists. They've been pushing it for years. What they're looking for now is where else they can extend that to. That's where Grand Theft Auto 6 has become so important in this conversation because, well, there might not be any other product in the entire industry that is better suited for these guys to be able to find out and test with. Think back to everything that we've already talked about. Millions of people have already bought this game without even seeing gameplay. Nearly 90% of those people reportedly bought the most expensive version of the game. People are defending a 6-hour Netflix exclusivity for an advertisement. That audience has spent 13 years building this thing up into something that they believe that they needed. You could not design a better market test if you tried. But I think a lot of people
Threw that shit away.
attempt things for Grand Theft Auto 6 that most people just never do. I mean, every other publisher would get laughed out of the room for a lot of this stuff. Imagine if Ubisoft tried to do something.
Can Xbox make a comeback?
With an Indeed profile, you can feel confident you're not missing out on your news. Complete your Indeed profile and help jobs find you. Navigate Google help people customize and save others. There it is. First all stars.
First down.
Look, I don't like Microsoft as a company, but Xbox, including making microtransactions kind of more regular thing in console games. You know, Xbox Live being paid. I think it was on.
No.
However,
Been a defensive game so far.
competition, which we need, as we've seen. PlayStation's been on top for too long. PlayStation has gotten way greedier. They've got way too cocky. And Nintendo's not part of the equation. They're doing their own thing. And I also, you know,
Touchdown.
IPs make resurgence. And also, you know, I like their controllers. Got a couple back here in the boxes. 360 controller, phenomenal. Love them. I love that stuff.
Not sure what some of these North Carolina players are running into.
And it really did try for a bit to be more consumer friendly. They've got a lot more consumer friendly practices
Hello.
than Sony does right now. I mean,
Hello,
just look at
hello.
A couple of the things they do if you buy the Microsoft Store, the Xbox Store, whatever the hell they call it. If you buy a game, a lot of the time, if it's a Microsoft game, even sometimes even that's not the Dead Space remastered game, I have it on the PC, on the Xbox Store. I also have it on my Xbox. I buy it once, I have it in 2 places. The more games like that, the better. I mean, it's just a good look. It's a good look for them. And, like I said, they're doing compatibility. You can play Xbox One games on your Series X. You can play Xbox 360 games. Xbox original games, a lot of them. That's great. That's great. They really did seem like they were trying to be more customer focused after they were beating Xbox 360 days and then shutting down any talk of being cross compatibility with certain games with PlayStation. They were just all in on the microtransactions on those Gears of War games in the end. And as much as I want them to succeed, we're at the point, one where we isn't possible. That's what this video is about. Isn't even possible for Microsoft to undo
Hi, I'm
all
Sam.
their sins of their past.
Alright, we can go prevent now.
The Series X, Xbox One generation.
Hey, Sam.
Now, much as I like the
Sam Houston is
system,
in the lead.
but wasn't really a whole lot exciting about it. I mean, I'm trying to think of games that come to
Paul Walker.
that I think of the Xbox Series X for. There's the Forza Horizon 6. I love this game. It's phenomenal.
Paul Walker. Waka waka waka.
That can't be it. And this can't be it. I'm trying to think. And this is also on PC. Every single game is also on the PC. I guess I can't say that for Xbox. What in the world with the Series X? What is on it? I don't know. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Let's say Xbox does offer a disc option. Let's say they do support physical media with the new system. Do I think that would be enough to
No, I
save
didn't.
them?
Connor banned me still cause I spam.
Yes and no. I think it would break
You didn't spam.
that our console
Paul Walker dated a 16-year-old at 32.
at Xbox.
That's crazy work.
33, I mean.
PlayStation 5 to the Steam Xbox
You didn't
if
spam.
it was a physical copy supporting system. If you can own your games physically, they might have a chance. It's only a light. They're only a percentage. Because there are a couple of the factors that they need to fix.
Great.
Fix that problem. They can't fix it. What is the exciting Microsoft?
I went all out to stop second and inches, and I ended up getting freaking blown out that
Oh,
way.
dang it, Connor banged me though, which isn't great. Touchdown.
I shouldn't have went all out to stop second and inches.
My mom's from North Carolina.
RGT85 is from North
No
Carolina.
idea. I don't think there's anything.
Can
Because
I
this
go to your
generation, they
house,
decided,
please?
let's just put them on everything.
Sure can.
And I finally realized near the end, I don't know where we are, I can't see the end. The middle? Where are we in this generation? I have no idea. They finally realized recently that that's not a good
Sure
idea.
can.
So they decided to cancel the PlayStation 5 version of Gears of War, EA, and make it only for Xbox and PC. I don't think having everything on Xbox and a PC is
Ranting on Frozen
Damn it.
is the most funniest thing ever.
Xbox, if it continues to do that, if I would like that for them to continue to do that, but they need to.
Ranching on Frozen is the most funniest thing ever.
That's the key. They need to have games. Now I feel like Microsoft hasn't an exciting game in a long time. They tried to have an exciting game. They had Titanfall, the Xbox One. What else was on the Xbox One? It's only on the Xbox One. They run into the same problem here. For the Xbox One, which is why it also
Celebrate.
because Bethesda has been asleep at the wheel for a long time. Fallout 4 was not great. It's okay. You know, had a lot of issues. Still had a lot of issues. It has more issues now from the last time I played it because crashing
Hot take, the Xbox One was
loading
good.
times were somehow longer.
Hot take? Okay, here's what I liked about Xbox One and that whole era, especially the second half of that era. Actually, no, the whole thing.
How did I get banned again?
The Game Pass was awesome on there. It was cheap, it was affordable, and it was future-proof to the Series X and S.
Needs to be good because the excitement for the Gears of War franchise is gone. It's pretty much gone. Now it's coming back because I mean, but compared to Gears of 1 through 3, it's just not even close. Like it's not even close. And they need it to succeed, to start bringing it back. Halo Infinite, they botched the launch, and they decided to fill it with microtransactions. They had a great launch, and no microtransactions. I think we would have seen that game do incredible. I mean, the things you can afford are crazy. The custom game modes you can do, the amount of different armaments is great. The gameplay itself.
I still remember the launch games were on the Xbox One. Rise, Son of Rome, which I thought was a good game. Sunset Overdrive was good. Killer Instinct. I like those three games.
Rushing, things like that of that nature, just they rub me the wrong way. It's just you level up for a battle pass,
Shit.
and that's the only level. I don't like that in pretty much any game. That's why
That was risky.
because they ruined the progression of that game too. Back in the day, you played Call of Duty, and what was in the game? You unlocked eventually. And you don't have to worry about other stuff in the last game. And I paid money to unlock those things, and now I can't have them in the new one. I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. I don't have to worry about, oh, I have this. I have to get this scan before this amount of time, or I just can't ever get it. Like, that was never a thing back in the day.
Oh, what a move. What a move.
I'm sure Julian copies. It's still not as popular as it used to be. People are practically begging to go back to the good old days of video games. And if Microsoft leaned into that, I think that they can see a lot of success. That means they're going to have to see short-term losses for long-term gains. And it's very difficult for a company to just think about that for a second. But losing short-term money to chase long-term gains. I think that's the winning formula. Now, I know they're already losing money. Because they're trying to. They thought Game Pass was the long-term game. It's not. It wasn't. It was a year. And they should have bet everything on it. And I think that's
True.
If they made friendly moves, if they went back.
Xbox as a business would be better off if they got rid of Game Pass. Charged full price for games and had exclusives. Leaned into what the gamers want.
Hold on, Sam.
Physical media.
You could bring a lot of people back. You could bring back your market share. You also need Elder Scrolls and stuff. And I cannot emphasize that.
I have yet to get unbanned from Connor's channel.
Elder Scrolls failed.
Intercepted.
Elder Scrolls fails. The entire stack of cards is done.
All right, let's go.
They're just like it. That's right there. It's right there. If they launch the new system with the new Elder Scrolls game, because I'm just going to say Elder Scrolls game is forever in the future, it is a very high likelihood that they launch that new Elder Scrolls with the new system.
Open a checking account in 2 minutes, and we'll buy you up to $200.
I like this idea.
With the new system.
Release Elder Scrolls 6 exclusive to Xbox
And it's out on PlayStation 6.
at launch
Right there.
of Helios.
You brought a lot of people back. But you, Microsoft, listen. It's coming to my mouth. Do not put any transactions in the new Elder Scrolls game. Let me repeat that in case.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Oh, I had X wide open, but I couldn't throw it off my back foot. That's okay. We'll take the points, go up 2 possessions. I had to do, but he's all the way across field. That was a piss poor throw.
Put a fucking microtransaction. And
It's up and it's good.
because you
We're up 17-7.
so many people turn on so many people.
Yeah, I had X open. I was just on the opposite side of the field. And instead of standing and planting, I was running and tried to throw a cross body, and the throw came out piss poor. That would have been a touchdown.
See it time and time again. The money will come. They seem to not make DLC.
Sam, I'm going to try to win for your team, man.
That's microtransactions. I'm talking about expansions. Let me be
All right, jury let a guy who cut down flock cameras go.
from my stomping grounds of Ohio, where a man was charged by his local police for vandalizing a flock camera in his area, but apparently things did not go as the prosecutors planned, as a grand jury declined to even go forward with the felony charges against the guy. Now, this is joined in with a growing chorus of anti-flock camera sentiment that's been growing across the country. I myself here on the channel have been covering this phenomenon pretty extensively. I personally am also very anti-flock, and this has become a growing, more popular thought here in America as more and more people kind of realize what exactly is going on, what these cameras are really doing. These flock cameras are marketed as being license plate reading cameras that are supposed to help like solve crimes and deter criminals and make everybody safer. But what it really is a massive constitutional violation where essentially the state is monitoring your movement, they're watching your activity, they're monitoring details about your car, they're watching and recording you as you go around and do your daily life, even though you're obviously not implicated in any crimes or anything. It's a surveillance state.
Yeah, it's surveillance state.
And people are pretty pissed off. I mean, when these cameras just pop up randomly all over your town, and you realize what exactly is going on here, I mean, who really wouldn't even? So here in Ohio, apparently this took place in Union Township. A man decided to take matters into his own hands. He took down a flock camera, according to the charges, by the way, and he was charged with the crime felony vandalism, in fact, as it was expensive enough to do so. But his local community, his local jury of his peers, declined to indict him on any charges. I don't know why. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the news article here.
All right, damn it.
Police say Moorlock removed the bolts, securing a flock unit leased by Union Township Police, sending the camera, the solar panel, and support pole crashing down. Damage was estimated at more than $1,000, Ohio's felony vandalism threshold. The kicker, investigators identified him by cross-referencing private surveillance footage, purchase transaction data tied to a rewards account, and B&B photos, including footage from other flock cameras on the same network. The surveillance grid helped catch the person who allegedly attacked the surveillance grid. Quote, there's absolutely a concern about privacy with license plate readers. They can be used to track our movements. ACLU of Ohio lobbyist Gary Daniels said of ALPR's
All right, we're up 3. Getting the ball back.
I mean, even in this story, it outright says that a mix of private surveillance cameras and flock public cameras were used to catch this guy after he allegedly did what he did. So, from the sounds of this entire thing, right, like you would think the locals had him dead to rights, like the judge, the prosecutor. This should be a slam dunk case. I mean, they apparently caught the guy with so many different video footage and like everything lined up. They pretty much had this guy. Realistically, in any other scenario, this guy probably would be going down with felony charges.
Oh my God, that was almost a fucking disaster.
In this instance was obviously as the legal system here in America works. Since this guy was charged so severely, he was being brought before a grand jury, meaning that a bunch of random citizens from the area were pulled together in order to be the jury for this case. And as I said earlier in this video, there has been this massive growth.
Who are they talking about getting arrested?
People are seeing it for what it is.
Some dude cut down a flock camera in Ohio, and even though he was caught, the jury refused to indict him. The grand jury did because they're so fed up with the flock cameras, they just don't care.
Everything else, you know, the government is screwing people on.
People are fighting back.
And then you see this going so egregiously trying to roll out Constitution destroying movements.
Hello.
And so the people
That's great news, though. It's amazing.
To this jury also sided against flock. And that is, I think, an awesome turning for this because, you know, they have this jury full of people. They have no idea of really knowing whether or not these people are pro-flock and anti-flock. Even if they try to vet them before the case and, like, question them about it, who's to say these people are just fucking lying? You know, I love flock. I think it's great for the community. Then when it's time to pull on this guy, whether or not you're sending him off to prison, you're like, nah, I'm not guilty.
Oh, it's that clock.
So they tried to bring a jury together to convict this guy and send him off to jail for vandalizing a flock camera. And I guess they didn't realize that like 80% of people fucking hate flock cameras. And
Yeah.
they're more than likely going to side with anybody who's quote vandalizing them. So they just straight up refused to prosecute the guy. Like, you know, your neighbors, people in your community, realistically, is doing a good thing. This guy vandalizing the flock cameras, in my opinion, is objectively a good thing. He is sending the message directly to flock and to his local police that look, the people in the community are not going to just stand up for this shit. If you're going to roll all this surveillance state stuff out and spend all this money, cool, I can make it a waste of your time, a waste of your effort, a waste of the taxpayer dollar. It's not like there's not a million other ways that they're wasting the taxpayers' money anyway. So I did a bit of research on this to see if there were any other kind of similar cases to this nationwide where somebody so obviously got caught doing it, but was also
First down.
exonerated by a jury of his peers. And it appears, as of right now, this is the first major instance in the United States where local police tried to bring somebody to charges for vandalizing the flock security cameras, and it was just outright shot down by a grand jury, and the guy basically walked free. Now, they did claim later in the article that they may try to introduce lesser charges against the guy. Assumedly, they can't charge him for the felony thing again. It would be, I think, double jeopardy at this point, since the whole thing already went through once it got shot down. So I don't know, they may try to charge him like a lower court with lower charges or whatever.
Oh, you know they will. They're pissed. They'll get him for a non-felony charge then. That's out of the public eye.
If you're trying to bring people like jury trials for taking down these flock cameras, not as many people support these cameras as you think do. You're not really in most places going to find a jury. If you got to get, 10 people or whatever, 6 people, however many people you got to get the jury, it's going to be really hard to get find a jury where you can get it to where not even one single person is anti-flock, anti-security, anti-surveillance state shit, right? Like, it's gonna be...
Touchdown.
It's gonna be hard to prosecute even if you're leaving it up to juries, because the average American does not like this shit. They don't want this shit in their backyard. They don't support it. So if you're like, for me, for instance, if my neighbor was caught vandalizing the flock cameras in my area and they brought me up as a juror on the case, I'm making that trial. There is no way in hell I am ever going to vote to convict and sentence a fellow American, a hero, a patriot at that, for fighting back against the government-mandated private equity-mandated surveillance system that is used to keep people like me in place by the elites in this
Now
country.
Connor's
Because these
gonna
flock
ban you.
cameras, they're not being installed.
Optimus is based.
That's the marketing, that's the gimmick.
I always said Optimus was like the new Review Tech USA. Like, he was like the old Review Tech USA. He has gameplay and he talks over it, but he's a lot smarter than Review Tech ever was.
These flock cameras would suddenly immediately overnight go, oh, we're just monitoring traffic, fellas. It would suddenly be facial recognition, political ideology recognition.
Before he fried his brain with pot, you know, RCU is actually kind of entertaining to listen to him talk about news stories over gameplay.
House Optimus.
He's got like a couple million subs. He just does news stories, gaming, gaming news stories, public news stories. He never shows his face, like Review Tech used to never show his
He
face.
was fired 8 years ago.
Try 15 years ago. 4th and 19, this is his game on the line. Mark's at his house. And he dropped it. He's going to quit.
Does Brandon say the S word?
He quit. We got a dub, guys. We're 1-1.
I started
All right.
watching around the Switch 1 and he was good then. Mark's at his house.
Yeah, he was even better. Like, you know what he was actually the best time to watch him was around 2011, 2012. He would talk about, we didn't know what the name of the Wii U was yet. It was in 2011. We didn't know it was the Wii U, the Xbox One, or the PS4. So he would always do rumors called the Wii 2, the Xbox 720, and the PS4.
And
he'd play like Max Payne 3.
At work. The PS4.
Yeah, that stuff was funny too. He had dating stories and horror stories, and like I said, he covered the gaming news and stuff.
The 3DS or the Wii U.
I mean, that was a big inspiration for this channel. What really fucked him over, when he really lost it, it was in the late 2010s. But what really fucking spiraled him was he melted down over January 6th and Trump. He had a big old fucking melty about that and divided his audience. Then he started getting into his, hallucinogens. And became more and more of a bitter asshole.
He melted down.
Oh yeah, he melted down. Classic clip. Alright, so what do you guys want? Do you want...
Optimus have a white background with a green thing on it?
Yes. So do you guys want Andrew Wilson talking about Candace Owens? Or do you want IGN talking about the Dust Bloods in a podcast in the background? Do we want Nintendo voice chat from IGN talking about Dust Bloods, or do we want Andrew Wilson talking about Candace Owens?
Either or is fine.
Okay, I'll put Dust Bloods on. All right, Nintendo voice chat number 826, IGN. San Diego
Hi,
State.
Sam.
We'll be playing joint this set, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to follow that one.
I love eating millennials.
That's the show. I'm like, damn, finally. If folks may know that I co-host Unlocked with Ryan McCaffrey, if you are interested in Xbox stuff, definitely peep that. But I'm so happy to be on NBC because rarely do I get to pour my heart out about Nintendo stuff. I had swag out today. I had to swag out this week as well. So my Kirby shirt. I got my Kirby shirt. I got my new Nerf shirt. You know what I'm saying? We're Kirby right back at you. Rocking some of that new merch that I got.
Yeah. Navy's going to be hard to defend if he likes to run. I am not good against the run this year.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Big slogan. Yeah, well, you're here for a very special reason. Because we're playing Dust Bloods, which is a Switch 2 exclusive from Software. Still won't have to me, but this is how we can play. Hours of your videos on channel, YouTube subscription. We have so much about this game before the season's over. So,
8 hours of Dust Bloods, you're definitely going to understand the game quite a bit. You could probably do a review off of that alone.
Still feel like I'm so this time, just slow to get started. What is the Dust Bloods? How do I make this succinct? Think of it as it plays like a Souls game that you know from folks from Software, but it is in the context of a PvPvE multiplayer game with rules that are influenced by tabletop and board games. So, to explain that part a little bit, there are 4 phases in each match, 8 players, and in that map, you don't have to kill each other. You actually kind of shouldn't unless the phase asks you to do that. What I mean by that is that in phase 1, you're leveling up, you're fighting NPCs who are getting virtue points. So the whole point of this game is to earn virtue points. Think of them as victory points in board games. You do all kinds of other objectives around the map. You can go up with players in that match to take down tougher enemies, and then everyone makes it to phase 2. Phase 2 ramps up a little bit more. You gotta keep getting more virtue points at the end of that phase.
Oh my gosh.
And in that phase, there's this thing called rituals, specific zones on the map where killing the other players in that boundary will get you virtue points. And there's sort of this king of the hill type thing going on within that boundary as well. So that's when it really heats up against other players. Phase 3, same thing. And the bottom 3-point getters are then bounced. Phase 4, you have 3 players left, and it's a triple threat match, and that's all there is to
This
it,
is
baby.
me, Mark.
Okay, so see what I did? On this one, 7-5. This one's a PvP between the top 3-point getters in those first few phases. Is that like a favorite comparison for me? We're just running this show because now you're going to Switch, so it's like yeah, but that is a I think that's a fair assessment of what this game is. Of course, that comes with a lot of nuances.
He should have ran it in. He had me biting at the running back.
I started to discover new things. Each phase, there was something new I stumbled upon. Each match, there was a new tactic or method that I employed that kind of that got me more virtue points faster, and it was kind of this race between all of us who had just
he went for the dive. He didn't get it.
Game fly, and we were all discovering things on our own, and then collectively coming together.
I was able to stop him.
Different
Epic.
And even when we of our adversaries too. Like we're sharing information, we're trying to figure out what this game is poking and prodding around the world. And there's a lot of things that I picked up. I was telling them, I was like,
Oh, that block sealed the edge for him.
defend them because other players can steal them. You lose those virtue points, they take them, and then also learning how to do some of the more intricate.
Yeah, about 4th and goal, man. That block was so good.
In the network test, we were playing the network test early. There's 6 characters who have all their own
He quit!
with their moveset.
He quit!
So there's like
I get the win!
If you ever played a From Software game, not a lot is
He scored a touchdown, then he quit.
very along in that process. And granted that this is a multiplayer
Let's
game,
go.
a lot of different rules going on, a lot of moving parts. They have an extended
We're 4-4 this season.
and that gives you like the foundation.
Rank 18.
And then go into the game and then start unraveling things yourself.
And then he quit.
There's a lot of different regions.
San Jose State.
Triple jump, you can dash. It's got a lot.
I don't know why he quit.
Previous From Software games. I think I say that I love Sekiro. Sekiro is still my favorite From Soft game. It doesn't quite have the speed of Sekiro, but it definitely has the mobility. Like you have.
So the guy who
So that's
did the preview for Dustbloods for IGN says Sekiro is his favorite FromSoft game.
It's get pretty wild because that lock-on targeting system is fighting for its life, as I am too. But yeah, that's it feels like what if From Software kind of made part of their game the Smash Bros. Style thing. Like it almost feels like an arena fighter, platform fighter in that final phase. It's kind of wild, like the direction they're going in. But
He says the final phase with the this is the same guy I just played. I think
it's
Navy again.
It's
But no,
unlike anything else I played.
he says the final phase feels like Smash Bros.
It's unlike anything
with the
else
triple threat match.
multiplayers. So I'm a little worried it might be a little too niche, especially being a Switch 2 exclusive and multiplayer only. But man, are they going for it?
Yeah, I'm worried that they won't have a population.
Like, I think that jumps out to me as you're talking about this is like, it's not just that it's unique within the multiplayer space. The PvP, even the term PvPvE is very commonly nowadays referred to in church shooter style games. Most, if not all, none of those are on Switch, right? Like, it's not really, it was not really the home for those types of games nowadays. And so, like, it's unique within the genre, but then also on top of that, it's not really.
There's nothing quite like the Dustbloods.
To say that there's no PvP stuff on Switch, to say it's like the realm it is coming out in is unique from what we expect.
Yeah, it's they're playing for a crowd that might not necessarily be in tune with this style of game. Now, my thinking is that maybe this would push some of the soul sickos to get a Switch 2 and play this game.
Yeah, I think this game is good for Nintendo to try to get hardcore fans in there. I don't think it's going to be a wild success for FromSoft, though. I don't think this is going to break 1 million units or nothing.
Miyazaki and I was pretty concerned about maintaining an audience, gaining an audience, with this being the game it is, multiplayer only, on the Switch 2.
Brandon
as an
and
exclusive.
Braden.
And it was like...
Brandon and Braden.
He was pretty confident in saying that, like, hey, this is the kind of game that I would want to play. If you want to lean towards PvE, there are methods to do that. If you want to lean in PvP, you can do that too. And our onboarding process was made, I won't say in collaboration, but it was like, he was talking about how the Nintendo partnership really shaped parts of this game, like having that tutorial was so important. If you played a From Software game before, they drop you into that thing and you figure it out, and you gotta fight for your life. Here they have like a 4-step tutorial that took about 30 minutes.
Wow, a 30-minute tutorial.
Usually Nintendo being like, hey, if you're gonna make this an exclusive for us, help players get across.
4-step tutorial that takes 30 minutes. So we'll remember that when the game comes out.
They're moving their weight around when it comes to this. And Nintendo being like, hey, From Software exclusive. That's crazy. So I think there is a mutually
Brandon
beneficial thing
uses
going on
bad
here,
words.
and hopefully it works.
Oh.
Can I make it?
profession. It's actually it's a
Fourth and
profession.
inches.
And sense of the baggage here. I don't know what the E and V PVE stands for. Like, I don't even understand. I know what PvP is, what things in PvE, and it just means sitting.
I got it.
Basically, that PvP.
Yeah, if you said that, I would understand what you're saying also. But it is player-less moves. Basically meaning computer control enemies.
Environment, see?
That's the things that yeah, I like that getting with Miyazaki out and doing a partnership and basically saying, just having some mutual feedback on the work process was valuable. It said that Nintendo is definitely the right partner for that information. It's understandable to the player. It definitely
Second inches.
strengths, as you mentioned. Some games are notoriously just affording careful times to see that partnership leading through in some way to the scene. The surface still is 100% from
Third and inches.
Yeah, definitely. And what was I gonna say? In the interview too, he was Miyazaki said himself, he's like, hey, I'm not that great at action. It was something like, dang, my code is washed. No, I'm just kidding. But making a conscious effort to make sure that there are things that you can enjoy. In
Sounds like the game will be decent for newcomers.
in the network tests, you always have to edit.
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Touchdown, San Jose State!
And there will be options for different types of evolutions in the matches. In terms of details, there's not much that they could have shared. But that is something that is very aware of. And I think that, like, through this network test, you're going to learn a lot, see what people vibe with, see what they don't. Part of me, at least what I'm playing, is that if you are actively avoiding the PvP portion of it, you're kind of missing out on some of the more exciting parts of this game. It's in a way, like again I said, maybe it's niche, but also he mentioned about the Nintendo partnership is that this is what he pitched to them initially, and it's pretty close to what that initial pitch was, and Nintendo was on board. So I can imagine Miyazaki and From Software like turning the knob and looking back and be like, oh, we have some crazy ideas that are pretty good. Problem with it. And the way he explained it is like, no, kind of every step of the way through, they were like, keep going. This seems great. So this is what they wanted. Yeah, to have somebody like knock on Nintendo's door and pitch something.
Do we play?
They're just
It's got to be rated M.
Is no offline mode. You will influence with other players if you play this. I think that is a turn off to a lot of people.
No offline mode. I already had a feeling it was no offline mode.
It stays there. It's static. If that boss isn't a boss, you can get better, you can learn its patterns, and you can eventually overcome it. But in this PvP situation, there's always going to be people that are better than you. So kind of how is the game going to be balanced? So if there's like ranked modes for me, that's going to be skill-based matchmaking. And I think they're trying to make it so there's ways to win without just getting good, like summons and things like that too. Yeah.
This is also, like, the other thing that strikes me about this, though, it's like, this is not going to be a game that appeals to everyone, they say that about, like, from some games, it's like, oh, it's work, you're not going to be into it, maybe it's not for you. But, like, what I mean by that is, like, this is, like, a very FromSoft game. Probably a lot of FromSoft fans are not necessarily going to be into this one if they're not on the PvP side of things in other FromSoft games. Similarly, there's probably a lot of Nintendo fans who are maybe not going to be quite chilling with this, as just like, this isn't what I play my Switch for, right? Which I think is great. I love that they're exploring new territory, but I think it does mean that this game could do basically everything it's trying to do, right? And it could still not be for you. And that's just a thing that's gonna be true for some people, and it'll be interesting to see how welcoming they can make it, how much they can appeal to those people that would otherwise be turned off by this.
Yeah. Another thing I was curious about and asked him about was,
because
Hi, I'm Sam.
I think everyone experiences this to some extent. Is that you might be into a multiplayer game, and then you can't play it for maybe a month or a couple of weeks, and then everyone just like kind of passes you by, and you come back in, and you're like, damn, everybody is so much better than me, and it's hard to keep up. And knowing the kinds of people who stick with this kind of stick with some from some of their games, they're going to be the ones who are going to be nasty. They're going to be like having next level strats. They're going to be very good at the PvP aspect. And then imagine a newcomer being like, oh, I can't get the game like 3 months down the line, or I picked it up and then now I can get around to it. They might jump in, try to figure things out, but when it comes to PvP, they're probably going to get wrecked. And so I kind of asked him, are you concerned about that? Do you have any sort of ways to mitigate that? And he was talking about how they're working with systems in place to incentivize
Stupid
veterans to
YouTuber
help
that's number
newcomers
3 on the stupid
and to
streamer list even
kind of
though I
build
use
out a
L I
lot of
don't
those
get banned from
co-op
Connor's channel.
mechanics. I saw some of the co-op
That's not good.
the game itself in the network test where you can target a player and then propose an alliance, and then you team up as a duo, or you can queue into the match as duos straight up. So
Yes, we can queue into the matches
That's
duo
not
straight
good.
up, dude. This game was made for us, Eli.
incentivize players to do that sort of thing. We're not sure because you said that the team's still trying to work out what that looks like. But it reminds me of, I mean, this is also now it might apply to some, but Final Fantasy 14. They have like a mentor system. They have like their daily challenges are geared towards
This game
rewarding
is made for
players
us,
who
Ellie.
are going to go back and do all dungeons alongside you.
Yes.
And I was thinking about that, and there are ways to do that to make that appealing for both parties. So hopefully that works out because, yeah, I am concerned about months down the line. Like, what does the tail of this game look like? Because I feel a little bit of that with Marathon. I love Marathon. It's one of my favorite games of the year, but even I have to stop playing after like 2 months because I was just doing other things. And then I look back and like, this game has changed so much, and also everyone is
Maybe if you get good you can play the next single-player Souls game.
Something about I was going to bring in a Marathon because then the game.
Yeah, I do think that there's some key differences, though, that it's going to make this tolerable. One, you'll be there with me. 2, you can respawn. 3, the tutorial will probably help. 4, it's a multiplayer game.
Yes. You can attack that person. You are not actually teammates, so you can't turn on them. Yeah. It basically changes so like they're allies. No friendly fire there. Cool. Yeah, so it is a game. It is a game sanctioned thing. But also there it is. There are
Hi.
topic. There are these tougher enemies like boss style enemies across the map. When you fight them, you can also pull other players into that to help you. So you have like a temporary truce where you both fight this tougher boss, and if you defeat it, you both get virtue points. So there's things like that. And like Marathon has had a pretty interesting trajectory in terms of how they
Bring the heat
incentivize players to
over Storm Blitz.
style. And I think that is something that From Software's problem
He got it.
this game. If somebody kills you, not in the final round, right? You probably spawn and come back. Yeah, there's you don't die. Like it's all about the virtue points. You're not killed and then like get out of the game. That's not how that works. But you have to respawn and you just kind of it's like damn, well I wasted a lot of time because I got killed.
Damn it.
And for killing players outside of those specific ritual sites that I mentioned.
You could still kill players during the PvE section, but you get no reward for killing them if you do so during that section.
Cross paths, like your thing not gonna bother you because there's no.
And you get to respawn too, those first 3 phases.
Damn is not a bad word.
They cooked into the game, or does that character creation? No, these are like set characters. They're like character classes.
Oh.
They can have universals. These would be amazing. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. Put one of them in Smash, man. Put Sorg in Smash. Sorg is the robot chicken guy all the way at the other end. I saw a bunch of clips of that one. He's my
worst enemy. So Blessing, kind of funny, he's my roommate. We were both on this trip, and he was high level sword playing. He's a high level sword player out there, and he was learning the moves. And they have like this
Come on, go.
dash at you that can knock you, that causes knockback. And every time I saw him charging up, I'm like, damn, he's gonna get. He got
Hello, I'm
multiple
Sam.
times, even in like the final PvP thing.
Woo, that was not. I thought he was gonna keep running, then he stopped all of a sudden. I'm like, oh shit.
So, but yeah, each character has their own sort of meta and way to use that.
Sounds like the characters are pretty unique between them in Dustbloods. I'm excited about that.
There's 6 in the network test. There's going to be 10 overall.
Oh shit.
And learning the
10 overall.
It's going to be another added layer on top of
Characters. That right there was dead. That was throw. That throw was dangerous.
I'm excited about that.
Still be rewarding sequences or whatever for
Yeah, you excited to watch me and Eli play Dustbloods? I hope it comes out in December. I've said that already before.
Is there an ending to this, or is it really just this is a friend plan? It's I asked Miyazaki about that, and was pretty vague with what he was able to share, answer to share. But yeah, like you mentioned, there's they don't have the progression systems in place quite yet, but there will be some sense of like unlocking new things for your characters, whether that be skins or extra lore, backstory. He mentioned that story cutscenes will be shown at the House of Night, which is their sort of hub area, in terms of what that looks like, and the cadence in which they will give that to you. Not quite sure yet, but he said that stuff.
All right, 4th and 7.
There's going to be storytelling too, kind of. And yeah, you don't have to win these matches because it is pretty tough to come out the other end as the victor. So that is also one area in which he's conscious of not fully catering to the sweaties. Sorry, that there's a reason to play even if you're not the greatest. But what that looks like, not quite sure yet. Seth, what's your take on this? I don't know what this game is because we knew almost nothing today. I think I'm way more interested than I was before because, like, the FromSoft games,
I went for it, guys. I took my chance.
And just how
I had one-on-one out there.
Everything. It's just, you don't think.
Man, if I could have redone that, I might have stepped up in the pocket. It's right there in that gap and try to run up and get it.
I cannot get any of them to stick with the exception of right? And this does seem like it might. Because I haven't played a lot of competitive PUBG. 770 hours. Just, getting there and moving down the field and getting into just where a win condition can happen between me and one other person. And this isn't obviously a battle royale, but it does have that kind of winning down the field until you get to the end. And I'm much more interested in this now than I probably was when we knew, or when we kind of just thought it was like.
Oh, yeah, I agree with Seth. I'm more interested in Dustbloods now that I got more details. I could have been more or less interested. I definitely got more interested.
Also, I want to shout out to From for, we've been in this sort of, for Madison isn't
Our defense fucking held strong with a 3-and-out, man.
doing multiplayer things and live servicing.
Well, he'll probably go for it, but
Disappointing or causing super closures. This is now from they've always said some multiplayer elements. Not saying that that wasn't part of the DNA from the beginning, but Night Rain and this are explicitly
yep, go for it.
things that they've had really before. And I really respect them for doing it how they want to do it and doing it like this isn't, to Seth's point, this isn't just a battle royale.
We got him.
It's just an extraction shooter. It's not
Excellent job.
elements of those things. They're clearly playing to that crowd in certain ways, but they are not just opening up the playbook and just doing that thing, but with from combat. I really respect that they're trying to do something their way in whatever they find interesting.
you know, even if it's not necessarily specifically for me, still that like I really respect that.
Yeah, the one of the few standing studios, I guess, that like they can wield their reputation to be experimental. You know, I think they've done their house style of game.
Try to get field goal range.
Times now, so they have the room to explore different things. I mean, they were able to garner a Nintendo partnership to do this thing. So, you know, when you have the opportunity, you take it, whether you think it's going to be a success or not. That's something that Miyazaki also said in my interview. He's like, yeah, my ideas aren't always necessarily the most business-minded decisions. Like, we're not doing this because we think it's going to be like it's a big business decision. I'm just like out here with a ton of ideas, and this just so happened to be the way in which I'm packaging it. And you know, he talked about how much he likes tabletop and board games, and it's like, you know what, I have all these ideas, but they just kind of don't make sense for a single player game. Let's just do a multiplayer game. Like, that's the vibe that he was giving off when he was like talking about like why he wants to make this sort of game and some of the like concerns that other people might have of what their house style games are.
That's so cool because, yeah, like Tom was just saying, it wasn't a player game. It was, we have these ideas and this format. That's really cool. That's really inspiring. This conversation is making me more excited about the game to see.
All right.
It's not just about
44-yard field goal. We'll give it a go.
Because as you said, it doesn't make sense too. And it's still competitive. But I can already even see the board game and tabletop influence is just repetitive.
Damn it!
Because in games like that, there's often opportunities to screw over the other players with your cards, but you could gain more points by just playing your own passive and using your skills for yourself. Like, this isn't a board game, but I play a ton of Dominion, that definitely card game. And there's attacks in there, but I'm often like, it's not worth it for me to ruin your turn because I'm getting a really good turn right now if I play these other cards. Like, that is a really cool concept. And yeah, it all ends in PvP, but I'm interested to see kind of what culture forms throughout a match when you are running into people and saying, yeah, let's do a temporary alliance because we're on the bottom of the leaderboard, and if we kill this guy together, he can fly up the ranks and move on to the next round. That's really cool, and I'm a huge From South person, but I'm excited to try this now. I think it looks really neat.
Wait. I haven't played it yet, Logan. Should guaranteed play this. It's From Soft City Trial.
It's honestly when I was chilling with Bless in Japan, and he was like really struggling with a quick way to explain this game. He was like, not to snitch on him, he's like, it's kind of like hard, huh? And it's really, whoa, wait. And he's like, no, it's like Mario Party. And we're like, yeah, he was on to something right there, but it's
This game's getting a lot of comparisons. I've heard Smash Bros. Comparisons. I've heard High Guard comparisons. I've heard Mario Party comparisons. I don't know. I just don't think there's a way to really compare this game. I just think it's going to be so original and unique. It's kind of like describing Darksiders. Darksiders, you could say, is this God of War, Gears of War, or Zelda? Well, it's Darksiders. It has elements of a lot of things in it.
Stars, but like, yeah, there's.
Oh my gosh, how did we let this happen? There was two of us right there.
Make the same mistakes. The competition is
yeah, we do. I just find out about your it's just the same now.
Yeah, from what I saw in the network test, it's always going to be either a 3-player PvP or a 2v2 if you queue in 2 as duos. But they have, Miyazaki did say that there will be different final phases as terms of how different they'll be. Just to say.
Can you queue into duos with a friend, or is it with strangers? Do you know that?
Well, I don't know, but I don't see why they wouldn't let you queue in with a friend. Because, yeah, we were in the From Software office, and it was just kind of randomized. Like, okay, we're going to queue in duos, everyone can go.
I would assume you could queue in duos with a friend.
I mean, like,
that's not confirmed, but...
To queue in with a friend.
It's true, there's no reason when you're dealing with Nintendo and FromSoft to make those feelings.
If they don't let you queue in with a friend, that's a big fucking L.
Decided on Nintendo still says 2026, but nothing beyond that. Yeah, it's coming. Any guess how much this is going to cost? Is this a full set of articles like 40 or anything? This is going to be 40 or 50 bucks, if I had to guess. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think that this, I would say they're going to struggle to get players through the door, but I think that is to their benefit to get as many players through the door as possible. And like you said, Night Raid launched at what, $40 or $50, I guess. 40, yeah. So I see that being similar here. Granted, Dustbloods feels like a more ambitious idea. Night Raid was built off the back of Elden Ring, which was a pre-existing game. Whereas this is
Play games.
New stuff across the board, so that takes a lot more work. So maybe like a $50 game. That could be it.
I think Dustbloods is going to be 60 physical, 50 digital, because that's what Splatoon Raiders was. That's what Star Fox was. That's what I think Ocarina of Time was even leaked as being listed for. It's almost like Nintendo's new price point.
This weekend, if you sign up,
Unless you're a bigger game. I mean, Yoshi, they have 3 price points digitally. 70, 60, and 50. And it's $10 more each for physical. They only put out one physical game a year. Or no, they only put out one game a year that's going to be 70 digital. And now it seems like a lot more games are going the 50 or 60 route.
11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, that's in Pacific. So if you'll be out there, I got it. So check it out.
Wow.
Next week, this week after next week's show, right after this one, do quick stop. Sorry, it's for question by questions. That's when we're answering them. So next week's show, so look forward to that. Dustbloods impressions in 2 weeks. But let's say that.
Are you ready to restore paradise?
Dustbloods impressions in 2 weeks. But let's sit on some stuff for just a second. Because there aren't that many From Software games on Nintendo platforms, but they're finally starting to arrive. We did get Dark Souls Remastered on Switch 1 in 2018. That was kind of it. Now we're getting Elden Ring Tarnished Edition on Switch 2 next week. And of course, the Dustbloods is launching as a Switch 2 exclusive, and Nintendo's publishing that one outside of Japan. So let's just talk about maybe Elden Ring for that coming out next week. What can listeners expect from those games, Nintendo fans who maybe haven't
Ugh.
with this series or this It is a game that tests you. People like to talk about people like to talk about difficulty, right, in these games and how hard they are. There is a counter argument that From Software games are actually fairly easy because they are out of practice and repetition. And I think that is just say that there. And what I will say at least is, if you're not used to games like this, just know that they don't give you free times. Is basically what it can be boiled down to. Is they really do expect you to learn their systems, learn their timing, the timing of enemies, engage with this world and what you're doing.
Damn it.
Rather than just sort of playing it
Punt.
figure it out.
Horrible.
Like you're just sort of your way through it. These ones just sort of don't. And I don't necessarily think that makes them unfair, but it can feel that way if you're not used to them.
Oh, hit off of him. We got the ball. He muffed the punt. He muffed it.
The discourse, if you want to call it that, or some of the complaints around in the Hollower from earlier this year of you will go down paths in this game that you should not go down yet, and you'll hit a wall.
Best play of the game for me was a punt.
You to the ground in a way that feels absolutely brutal. And the thing that I just always remind on Elden Ring is there are so many directions to go. There are so many different paths you can go in that game and so many different things you can be doing, even in the early areas, that if you do hit a wall, don't treat that like the end of the game. Treat it as a sign to go somewhere else.
because it's not hard, I think, to just look at a couple guides early on for like early tips of like go grab this weapon, go grab this piece of armor, kind of do a little bit of this early stuff, and that'll just get your leg up enough to really start enjoying it and making decisions for yourself.
Are the Darksiders games good? I haven't played
Yeah, I
them
think
since I was a kid.
The way you described it, where you can't really
Yeah, Darksiders 2 is still my favorite.
way through it. Very cinema opinions kind of fella. Always have been. And I think that's where I always bump up against these games because they do make precision. Sure thing, you cannot make a mistake. You cannot, some opportunities to like cheese a bonus move and stuff item or something, and you can just use that to your advantage. But by you have to push the button in the exact microsecond where when you have to, or else it's game over. That is a great
Touchdown!
Nintendo fan saying that it's like Tears of the Kingdom game, which you really actively.
We're going for 2. We're not scared.
I played the Switch version last year twice for a little while, and I was surprised about actually that was really impressed with what they were able to do from like let's use disastrous Gamescom to
We got it. We're in the lead, guys.
Mad Max last night. It was like
Off the muff punt, then a touchdown, and then a 2-point play. Hit him on the slant flush. Still 3:38 to go. That's a lot of time.
So if they turn it down for me specifically, or if that's just going to be me against a 2 and 2, and I played as 2 classes, and one kicked my butt, and then the one you're talking about felt much more manageable. Yeah, it's class design for newcomers. Yeah, exactly. So I really like that. And this is the only sort of like game that ever had me playing more than just like an hour or 2 every 6 months. I played this quite a bit. I got pretty familiar. I do know that it was really a lot of places I shouldn't have gone. And then there were places maybe I was supposed to go, and then I died anyway. It's just very confusing. And which is I don't know, being able to do what I want in a game, but I guess also I like have my hand.
Gosh, we're getting 8 up.
So it's like games. Do not hold your hand. You have to find out first time. So we'll be like, what, you're going to sure. Did you make sure they were doing it the first day? Yeah, exactly. So fights, Siege of Discharge, where you fight the
Right.
So it's like,
There goes our lead.
that's that said as well, since we're on FVC, I would tell people first timers who play this on Switch, treat it like it's Breath of the Wild. You step into that world and you can go in any which direction and make discoveries on your own, and there's no like real critical path necessarily. I mean, there is, or there can be, but if
And he got the 2.
you can go which direction you can stumble upon things. If there's
Oh boy.
it's the beat of the game, well, make sure you know that. But poking around that world is the rewarding aspect to it. And when Elden Ring was first being shown around, the comparison to Breath of the Wild was constantly little because of the way that open world is designed, and it's from where Breath of the Wild in 2017 pretty much like influenced almost every open world game since. Elden Ring is no exception to that. This was the first time From Software did a fully realized open world, and it's clearly they took cues from Breath of the Wild while still doing it within the context of something that is very much a From Software game. So if you look at it that way, I don't think it's as intimidating. Of course, there's Zelda games are a lot more about the adventure aspect and puzzle solving and things like that. That's not necessarily the emphasis here. It's combat focused with Elden Ring, and it's tough as nails.
But in terms of trying to understand how to exist in that particular world, think about it in that way would be very helpful. Yeah, I think this is a good comparison. I can't hold it again. There were tons of Breath of the Wild comparisons, and I played it, and I'm like, oh, this is like the original NES Legend of Zelda, sure, okay, 422, where it's like, if you start, there's barely any dialogue, it's in cubes, it's like 5 seconds, it's super like the original Legend of Zelda, but fully realized it was gorgeous.
Too many doodles.
And Breath of the Wild has had a lot of ways to influence much more.
Let's go. Let's go.
Reach the end for anyone who to. And it's just
He dropped it.
And this is also why the best recommendation I give for anybody who wants to play Elden Ring and is intimidated by it is just go to the IGN wikis and follow the beginner tips and guidance. Like, for sure. There is no shame in doing it. It is a game that notoriously does not tell you a lot. You can just walk by incredibly important things that it doesn't tell you to go to.
First down.
And one of the sort of incredible things about this game is that it is always adapting to you doing that, and you can do it in so many different ways, and it will always sort of work and make sense. They've figured out that very amazing, intricate puzzle box. It's also frustrating if you walk away this game at the beginning of the game.
I'm that tutorial, just walk.
Like, I don't think there's shame in just use the early guides to figure out how to find your footing. Our guides team is incredible. You don't get spoiled on stuff unless you're digging deeper and trying to get spoiled on stuff. You can get the really intro stuff and then just be established and then stop using it when you want to stop using it or keep using it. But those early tips just are lifesavers in this game in terms of just not feel like it's so natural. Right, which I think is what a lot of people bounce off of in games like this.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with getting a world start. Because then once you get comfortable, then you look at the world differently and be like, oh, now I feel like I'm in control and I can make discoveries on my own when you're not fighting against the game players. So, because like that's how it was when I first played Dark Souls. It's like, what is this?
Going down the nitty gritty. You guys know I'll go for 2 in the win if I get the touchdown.
Once I got that, I'm like, okay, now I can go off on my own and let that curiosity just wash over. Yeah, I have different. I've come around on the not knowing what to do for a build. Like I used to just hate that. Now I was too obsessed with how I think fun things ought to be rather than focusing on the way things were. And I've come to realize now, like, if you do have somebody helping you to make the build when you start, that if you get good enough, you have the opportunity to make an ass build and go back through just like as a flex trying to do it, you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, like, whatever the worst class is with the worst room with the worst stats, like that's kind of a thing that I never really appreciated until I gave it a little bit of thought. Am I going to do that? Hell no. I'm going to have the guidance telling me everything I need to do. One of these days when I finally beat one of these, now I'm talking about it, I'm like, man, I should fire that back up. That's much. I switched to this one. Yeah. So it's been also because I did finish up my friend here with me through a lot of the same. I can't play times already. So Souls like games terrible at the more thoughtful, plotting combat, super good platformers and twitchy games and things like that. But when you ask me to do a slow fat roll at the exact right time to run as much as I just not shit done from his friends. I miss one too.
You'll give me a series of hot takes that will unpack that line. Are you ready?
Touchdown.
There should be no basement moves. Checking counts.
Here we go. This is the freaking game, dude.
Unpack them live. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hot take. There should be no B's minimums.
On checking counts. Game of Pizza. And I was surprised at this. I was tested over the last week. This is the DK Challenge. This was announced.
I got it! It's good!
Nintendo Switch Online. Challenges for classic Donkey Kong.
Fuck yeah!
Online. This one's Donkey Kong. It's a challenges. It's toes into the achievement realm because you get a little pin when you're playing this significant little digital party. Challenge. It was a cool concept. I think there were some growing opinions that we talked about earlier in the show, but it was really fun. I kind of forgot about it. The last few TK Bonanza challenges are brutally difficult, so I
All right, we're switching up to Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens.
Whether what cakes suck, and so they're worth combating. So what's happened here, to give you context, is that TP USA, she has been making some pretty crazy allegations about for a while. At least I consider them crazy allegations. And saying, of course, that they want to kind of levy these accusations to them so that they can give her the responses to. Hang on, let me address this real quick. I feel like I'm opposite. There we go. That's better. There we go. Thinking of it. So anyway, what's been happening here?
7 seconds.
Looks like TP USA called her bluff and said that they were going to do a live response and invited her in person in order to do it. Open response here. It says kind of weird. Her call to ask about times or availability and chose instead to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person at 2 p.m. Pacific time.
Is he going to try a super-ass long field goal, or is he going to go for the Hail Mary? This is a super-ass long field goal. 61 yards.
Obviously, TPUSA wanted to do this in person instead. Play the video here, Mr.
Here is what Blake tweeted out.
I'm not getting tricked. He picked the play first. All right. He decided to change it up to... Okay. Good. I was hoping he would. I don't want to lose on another fucking field goal that's 60-something yards. That would be absurd. We got the dub.
Thank you for letting us know.
We're 3-1 tonight, fellas. 3 in a row.
We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told...
Okay, so pause it there. So this is, to me, this is somewhat bizarre. So I would be chomping at the bit to do this if I had been making a sequence of allegations about an organization and they were going to do something live and in person where I could then go and confront them with my many quote questions and they were going to be responsive to them. I would be on that 5 seconds.
Right now, we would make the playoffs if it started.
Seconds. I'd be there. I would fly out, whatever the accommodations needed.
SMU, you're next. You're from Texas as well.
Which I could levy the criticism
SMU,
along with evidence, and ask them how they justify these things. Go ahead.
Lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust.
Nick Chubb just retired.
Discussion all by yourselves.
Nick Chubb played a preseason game, and he said he don't got it no more. He's retired.
Just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He is being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they are smarter than their audience, right? They think they're
positive.
Smarter.
This is classic well poisoning.
Who Big Show?
Nick Chubb retired. Texas versus SMU.
well poisoning. So she's now diving in to how TPUSA believes that they're smarter
I
than their
mean, they had the
audience,
bad knee
and
injury.
they're basically
Yeah, he
thinking
did.
that their audience are fools and that they'll kind of put up with anything. Very classic well poisoning.
Facts,
Before
now the
a
Browns
single
got rid
menu
of him.
item is on the table for them to even have a dispute about. Before they can even have a dispute about anything, she's immediately poisoning the well. This is very classic. You see this often. The attempt here is to criticize people involved in that organization to make them in response to anything. Love you, Mr. Wilson. Sorry, I understand that there is some overlap where I have some people here in my chat who are Candace fans. I understand that. I have not ever understood the position exactly of why you would move towards non-evidence presenting base for worldviews. That I don't get, but I understand that. I love you, Mr. Wilson from Alberta, Canada. What if Candace is right? Then she's right. And if she is, I would issue retractions and say that she's right. But I would need to have some sort of evidence to move in that direction, which I suspect most of you would as well. Keep going.
Small pocket donors, they can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work. We tried, but it has to be in person. We have people join us, not in person, and it's live stream, and we both have the capabilities to do that. Which we can now say it's on campus.
Well, how is this? This is bizarre because it didn't look to me like they were saying in 24 hours. When was this scheduled, Mr. Enigmatic? Take a look real quick at the post. I don't think it was 24 hours. The original TPUSA post about this.
I already closed that tab. Give me 1 second.
She wants to show up and do it, Andrew. Super obvious they don't want her there. Why don't we like her? Poison. Well, it's not a debate yet. Steven Crowder doesn't like her. So what? It has nothing to do with Crowder liking her or not. And when you say like, I'm not talking about her personally, right? I don't know enough about this woman to dislike her personally. There are women I do personally dislike. I don't know her in order to make a value assessment that way of like or dislike. What
That was a one-handed catch!
Or is that she asserts very many things without positive evidence, which makes me question the things that she says as being fundamentally untrue. The latest debacle, especially.
Oh, wow!
Without any good compelling evidence, she made an ambiguous tweet.
Right here. Right there, one-hander.
Coming soon about a potential.
On 3rd and 12.
Which included her. That was all bull. All of that was total and complete.
Is that December 15th?
December 15th. Now, I'm sorry, last I checked, it is the 4th. So I'm not sure how that would equate to 24 hours unless I missed something. So the end it started off, low-tier based, weak minds are easily manipulated. Well, there's a form of this. The form of this is called cognitive framing hypnosis. You can look up the term framing hypnosis. What cognitive framing hypnosis is that within the context of you framing certain events and then you asserting questions as though those questions don't have inferences, you present yourself as, and with your framing, as though an event did happen a certain way, but can't be actually held liable for it.
Almost just Patrick Mahomes that shit.
Self-destructive stylistics of Candace
Owens. Take the field goal.
That the debate would be on such and such a date. You would tell her to go pound sand. That's true. I would. But don't you see the distinction there?
It's good.
That I have the leverage, right? I can tell you to go pound sand. However, if I was criticizing a much larger organization than myself, and they said, hey, we're going to do this on this such and such day, and that's the time you can participate or not participate, then I think that I would probably participate. But now you're piling onto someone who you do the same thing you would. No, that's not the case. I don't think that this is an equatable position at all. So if I was building some sort of maxim case against the positions of Sarah Tomato, and she was going to issue this massive response to all of the things that I had been saying about her, let's say, and then invited me on the day that she was going to reveal these answers so that I could both contest and defend myself, I think I would go do that. Yeah, I mean, I think I would. So I don't know if I would grant this criticism as being a good one, because I don't think it is. So it's about status and not truth. What do you mean? No, it's about both. Didn't you just hear what I just said? I just gave you a complete breakdown of how this would be a completely different situation. Anyway, go ahead. So you've got an interview, and you want to put your best foot forward, with tips and guidance based on your profile. Indeed, you know to take that next step. Your profile and help jobs find you.
Good defense.
Connection isn't just physical, it's mental too. And that's actually why I wanted to share this. It's called Bleaching Gold. What makes this one different is it's just not the focus on the physical side. It also supports mental arousal, so you're not just stuck in your head. And when you're not overthinking everything, you can just actually relax and be present, which honestly is if you want
Damn
to
you,
feel
Arch
that
Manning.
connection again, try Bleaching Gold.
This would be a completely different situation. Anyway, go ahead.
Dumpster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today, and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As
done
I said,
with
they're getting
this
destroyed
Andrew
in the
Wilson
comments.
shit.
Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live stream. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. This is...
Keemstar fires half a locale live.
Oh, God, the Johnson.
Keemstar just fired half a locale live.
Because Keemstar was using actually. Because he's pretty much clean.
Locale universe.
24/7 with AB circuit. So there's not just one show after one show. There's two shows playing at all times, 24/7. Why Keemstar designed it like that is beyond. It's insane. And of course, it's not working out. So Keemstar is basically cutting all the B-circuit shows, which is about 10 shows that he does.
He's getting rid of 10 of the 22 shows.
But he's basically making all the B-circuit shows to the weekend, so they only can go live 2 days a week, and he's kind of making them compete. So whoever earns the most donations has the most games, ourselves, whatever, will survive. Invest.
It's going to be a Survivor-like contest with B-circuit shows. They're only going to stream on the weekends, and the ones that do the best will stay.
And he basically hasn't put a breakdown because it's not, he knows it's not for him. Like all of that are talented, do school mods, Keemstar's cutting all finally. And you're taking, because I just split this into two parts because it's pretty dense. Modding at this, your teacher Keemstar saying, I don't care if I'm down to 3 shows.
Damn it.
I'm not doing the same. I've taken so many L's. This makes me look better.
You know how pissed I am? I am so pissed. I can't even get blood pressure. If I walked away, he'd find some other idiot to run the IT, run all these streams.
See, it's always been our policy, but the players do.
The all-new Unstoppables use your clothes.
He doesn't find me entertaining, but guess what, you guys? I'm not whining. I'm not crying. I
Damn it.
exercising. Right? You know what? Does your mom really 41 people that are here? I've never begged you guys for money. I've never asked you for goals. Well, I take that back. I don't sit there and beg every time. Most of the time, the people that are here appreciate me an intern. But I'm going to the openness. Good enough to build in. I tried to quit 6 times. You told me, don't be a moron. Don't be a moron. You still desperate?
Wow, we got fucking steamrolled.
And I can keep it. Sugar, extreme, birds, or digits, hell, even savages. You would still, the next time something went wrong, you'd be like, come on, fam, come on. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You know I love you.
What the fuck?
Say, oh,
There was like 40 people trying to tackle him, and he... Look at this! He busted out of that, how?
applications today. See, we have two friends within and that it won't be. He does not respect me, and I believe that now. I truly believe it. Because he uses and abuses me because I feel wrong and I forget. He wants me for the back end. Do this shit for free. Not being able to live in my life. To make everybody else money. Into the TTS of me crying.
Wow, this is a full-blown crash out by Phantom.
And you know what? If they use it for fucking content, guess what? They got more content out of me like they always do. If you don't think that I'm weak for having you shut me down, game, period. And if I go over the 12 hours, I'll start another stream. This is bullshit. Listen. What do you mean this is bullshit? Guys, listen. Alright? A circuit, we have so many people leaving, it's hard to get, a good flow on each show. Every show is a little bit messed up. Cafe's in a good spot, right? We had Rewind fixed, now that's fucked. We had Reverse fixed, now that's fucked. Alright? Live isn't perfect.
Yeah, because I don't know if you know this, but Xylee left LolCal also.
Think is in a good spot. A circuit is not solidified. It's not doing well. The shows aren't stable at all. Nonsense happening over on B circuit. We know. I gotta focus on A. I need to make sure the fans have weekend shows. I have to deliver a schedule that's beneficial to the community. True me, because I work 7 days a fucking week for this goddamn LCU. Whether it be running streams, running my own goddamn streams, and I have done it.
Which Lolico show is live?
This is Ozzy Cobb's highlight of what's going on with LolCal Universe. Team's cutting 10 of the 22 shows.
That I'm not getting paid for.
Oh.
So, okay, well, whatever.
Phantom just told King to kiss his ass.
B circuit sucks. You guys are all working weekends. I wish you.
Just singing his praises, you were just singing his praises. That's no question. So this shit don't work out. We going back to how we were in September. So if this shit doesn't work out with the B circuit, well, let's go on weekends. What's going on?
Well, you want it to work out because you want to be in the B circuit. It's literally a punishment. So you want to go over there, you want to go to. Well, I lied. It's punishment.
You want to go over, you want to grind the defense and try to put yourself in a circuit. You think it's and shit. I'm getting sick of this shit. This is so much work. You didn't give you it. It's never good enough, okay? You addicted, right? But that's what we're doing here, alright? Thank you, B-Slice. Keep Sir confirms that LCU is a cult, alright? We're bullying our most loyal people. Everybody that tries to run this and does, 3 hours of Subway Jersey is saying, you know, we're going to stop. And support a show and nobody goes live. And then during the week, those people in the Discord don't watch your shit. Like, you can go look at the views, they don't watch you, they don't see you. You're not being seen. Okay? So the best way to produce
Go, 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 go.
weekends and be reliant on the weekends and have a show available for everyone is to make this move. Now, there's a good possibility it won't work, and the reason why it won't work is because you guys are already streaming 5 days a week, and it's not working. But that wouldn't be on me. I'm trying to fix the problem. This is now on you to perform.
What a move.
And crush it. And if you do good, then you're probably going to bump someone out on A circuit and find your way up to A circuit. That is the goal. Get the fucking A circuit, because that's a pro team. All right? You're not the pro team anymore. All right? B circuit is now a punishment. B circuit is for the people that don't perform. All right? This whole, like, hey, if you're on B, it's not a negative thing, right? That was true at one point, but it's not now.
Hormones. There's a perimenopause category 5 night sweat thing going on with her. Good thing Amazon Pharmacy has to use safety, because you're going to be felt whether this storm.
Not that good. You don't have a giant.
Ah.
Let me out of it. Let me go back to my little shitty channels. And I'll go. You don't understand. Okay. Don't. Be focused on the people that are winning right now. The people that are winning in that.
That takes a field goal.
So they choose the audience in. If you don't want that opportunity, we got a little bit of respect on the LCU, and if we're having shows that can't pull 100 viewers, they can do a weekend stream, alright? We're having shows that, can't make more than, 100% support during a 2-hour show, and it's going to be a weekend show. We got to put respect on this thing, you know what I mean? We gotta switch it up. Be better. The viewership has gone down. Oh, yeah. Besides, yes. It's true. No shit, it's true. You can do a circuit show that's getting 300 viewers. You move them to the B circuit, and instantly the next day, you know how many viewers they have? 35, 60, like 15. Set up streams. I'm going to set them up in a certain way to make sure notifications go out, and no one else knows how to do that. Even though I made videos on how to do it. First of all, if you set up your stream 30 minutes before you go live, it doesn't send any notifications out whatsoever. And we see this happen.
That's not true. That's not true. I do a stream all the time. I do a freaking stream all the time. Like, just go live, and then notifications do send out. Eli, did you get a notification for today's stream?
I'm telling you, I'm teaching right now, fool. You're not going to fucking interrupt me because you are fair and it keeps you, right? If then your show sucks, then LCU sucks, and then who do you play? The government's been telling you how to do it.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah, Keem just lied. He says if you don't set up a stream 30 minutes before, you don't get the notification. You don't get the double notification, the 30-minute before and the current notification, but you still get the current notification. That's why you and Sam are always here right from the jump, because you get that notification.
I heard.
Because I have no faith that you could even earn to see you on your own personal channel. Honestly.
That's bullshit.
The people that are performing, they're in full support. One that's trying.
I don't know. If I'm Keem, why do you shut down shows? You don't have to do anything. You just make money, even if it's pennies, from some of these other shows. If they want to make their fucking $50 a week, Keem gets 25 of it. I wouldn't shut it down, I guess. I mean, I never understood any incentive why he would, other than he's embarrassed by the amount of money some of these B circuit shows are making. My opinion, I never would have made all these fucking shows to begin with. LolCal Live used to be fucking appointment television. Alright, SSRIs are driving women crazy. I had to explain this to Mark the other day, that the only women I get are on SSRIs.
So hard for everyone.
Shit, we're fucked.
Because those, oh my gosh. Accountability and poor results turn to self-harming thought power, which is so spoiled. It's incredible. What's up, guys? Welcome to my series. So today,
Yep, well, I've talked to or crazy or of girls.
The dating market's so bad. Like, I feel really bad for you, Eli. You're at your age. The dating market was way different when I was your age. You could actually go to the bar and approach women. You could talk to women in public. Online dating was not normal. It was sort of hey, it was just starting. You dated people you knew. Yeah, you still didn't want to get rejected, but when you asked people out, but you didn't get, like, blasted all over social media if they said no. You didn't have, like, the hyper-feminism going on. I dated a liberal as fuck. A complete and total lefty.
I shot to get a date with the cashier.
Yeah. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But I basically, I dated a super lefty liberal in 2015. And I basically, at the time, I pretty much told her, because this was the truth, I was like, I don't really care about politics at the time. And she didn't mind. She didn't care at all what my political beliefs are. Now, they're all lefty, and they're all freaky. All the single women are lefty. And if you're not lefty, they're mad at you, even if you say you're apolitical.
Like the one time she took accountability, she circumvented and found a way to not take accountability. And now mental health.
They're all on fucking SSRIs. Good conservative women are mostly taken by the time they're 25. The ones that are left, that they're already married. But women love to live in cities. Women love to be, in colleges and whatnot. They're lefty. That's just how it is. They've gotten further left and more extreme as times went on. I'm going for it. I'm down 11. I gotta do something.
It's like, okay, you gotta show me that you're interested in me. Like, there's so many other things that we need to figure out before we get sort of compassion. If a guy says something that I don't like or disrespects me in any sense, I will go with it. Let me get
I'm fudged. That bump right there screwed me.
Keep all of my feelings to myself because I was afraid of hurting things. I was afraid that they would abandon me if I said something that they didn't like. like, which now I'm realizing, like, you're supposed to walk away from me speaking on feelings. So they literally just tell them, I don't want them to say back to me, because it's like, why are you not treating me with respect to begin with, which is something that I used to let slide all the time.
What does it mean to not treat a woman with respect? They really believe that if you just don't do what they want at all times, you're treating them with disrespect. Legitimately. They legitimately think if you don't just bow down to everything they want, you're being disrespectful.
Subconsciously teaching them how to treat me. And so
oh, you're teaching men how to treat you.
I no longer ruminate about the what could have been. I no longer...
And the medication helps you do this, that you say.
Things as they are, and I take people in situations at face value. Depending on the situation, I give somebody a second chance, but it's not very often anymore that I do that. But just in general now, the way that's...
So the second somebody... Oh my gosh, you're unbelievable. The second somebody makes a mistake,
That's what
you don't give them a second chance. Yeah, they want, and she just basically said, if the dude I'm with makes a mistake, I probably won't ever give him a second chance. Doesn't matter how big or small. We're human. We make mistakes. I'm not talking about relationship-ending mistakes like cheating. I'm talking about small mistakes. And I used to get this all the time, too, the nipping and the nagging. Nipping and nagging, nipping and nagging.
Mamas teach their boys how to treat people.
Well, and check this out. Dads are supposed to teach their daughters how to treat men. But the dads aren't around because the mother has already divorced the dad. And the dad doesn't get much custody.
Relationships were so difficult, but now, I mean, something probably was, and it's wrong. But now you just, instead of fixing it...
So that she just said the SSRIs, she used to get upset about not being able to date or find a guy, and the SSRIs made her not worry about that anymore. So literally, the SSRIs make these women not even care about dating. When really they need to feel the pain of being single, so then they'll want to date and settle. I'm getting fucked over.
For you. I don't know. It's actually the personality where it's just normal. Like, we'll just wear off. Obviously, I'm not talking about I think it's probably where and it goes vice versa.
Did the FDA not test those things on women? Because my friends do the exact opposite.
No, Eli, this is what they want. This is what the government wants. They want us depopulated. They want what mostly it comes from, obviously what Satan wants, what evil rulers want. They want to depopulate the planet. They want to break up the nuclear family. This is all part of the plan, and doing it through the women is the easiest way to do it. Wow. Son of a bitch.
Productive and not be dead in the world. But is this normal? Feel a little like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they do. They dull your light or whatever, which is great for the rest of us. How do you think there's some women on SSRIs? Do they ever get less annoying? Like, how does it...
No, they don't. Women on SSRIs do not get less annoying. And then when they get off of them, like if they choose to not take them, they go absolutely berserk.
The serpent did it in the garden, and it's being done again.
That was like your best friend.
Yeah, that's how, and there was multiple times already in Genesis that when I looked at it, remember there was another example too. Oh yeah, whenever Sarah, Abraham's wife, got convinced to use the surrogate. And that's what birthed the whole Nation of Islam down the road eventually with Ishmael. So Hagar, Ishmael.
Oh my god. That's awful. Oh yeah, it was pretty awful. Sure. That's only six. No, actually I'm good.
I'm getting pissed off. I'm moving on. Here's a Sean Ryan clip, a preview of what their next podcast is going to be. A Hell's Angel.
The filthy few is laying them up like a bolt. Forged into a legend. What it means is you have killed the best of it.
Oh, by the way, I will say this, and this is a little known fact.
That should be interesting.
A little known fact. I don't bring this up a lot, but I did hear about this. I believe at one point my dad was a Hell's Angel before I was born, way before I was born. And at one point, my dad knew Charles Manson personally. He was almost in the cult. And they talked about there was a map they had built out with like the supposed treasure. Like, it's a wild story I've never really told on air before. And I don't really know all the details. But my dad was 18 around 1969 when Woodstock was going on, and he was from Southern California. And he knew Charles Manson personally. And, but yeah, I just wanted to point that out. He ended up going to Vietnam, so none of that ended up happening.
What did Charles Manson cult do? I forget.
They're the ones that, like, murdered Sharon Tate, and, like, they wanted to start something called Helter Skelter and start a race war, and Charles Manson thought he was the second coming of Christ.
And that entitles you to where the filthy few would that be one of the highest values?
He convinced a bunch of hippie women to help him and some guys. It was sort of a sex cult, too.
You feel the shift. You feel the shift in something. You feel the shift and you go,
A lot of people for decades considered him the most evil man this century besides Hitler.
How did your dad die?
Liver failure, cancer.
And the 70s go. It's a little bit tense. War with the Outlaws breaks out back east. In 1977, very bad. You guys go into some place, you have an objective, right? You're trying to achieve something. And you used to ask people, like, well, this is like these wars that we're involved with. It's relevant destinations. There's a goofy kid, I look at this pretty easy, this guy could just stop sign, stops, class, and watching, it's going to be my best cut off. Everybody's true. It's his last, and he just shoots across the other spectrum.
I like the Sean Ryan show. I really liked it when he had that priest on, that Rappinger priest. I like the last guy he had on, too, the FBI agent. And the other pastor that you like was on there. I liked him, too.
They stuck him full of dynamite in the dark. And they took the valve and they used it as a prisoner of release. They take it in. 15-year-old cousin gets killed. And now the worst is, it's full.
This is fucking crazy.
Each other. And the Hells Angel, and even my best friend, still to this day, we can talk. He's an ex-Hells Angel. He doesn't say a word to anybody. He just pulls back and clocks this guy. And the fight's on. How do I know specifically? Because there were the 9 Hells Angels. There's only so fluid. I forgot to mention, I'm also a U.S. Marine. And so I paid in the Department of Defense.
Wow, he was a Hell's Angel in the Department of Defense and the U.S. Marines. What else does this guy do? Worked for the Obama administration at one point? What the fuck is going on? What is these lives these people lead?
They decided to let it continue fighting. So you got my Hells Angels fighting all these Mongols. What about the Mongols when he died? In all honesty, I do not know. I believe
Just kidding.
to play on where I'm going and what I'm doing. Our purpose, if you leave this planet, satisfied with how you conduct yourself. And people have taken that we start and then you I just truly believe that interacting with all these men decades, some of them indeed, I think their biggest thing to be most of the time is themselves. I don't know what I think. You don't have a lot of time. You do. I appreciate that.
Damn, that's gonna be good. Alright, here's a Kino Casino clip. Once we get past this ad. A Kino Casino promo, I should say. Their promos are always so fiery.
The cornering has regrets. She is trying to for all his years of wicked deeds released in their mainstream. I wish I never got into drama.
Because I wish I never got into drama. Are you serious?
Oh my God, guys, we have to stop being fighting. The Democrats are going to enslave us in the streets, guys, unless we worship biblical faith. These guys, brother, stop. Saying this plea to stop being fighting. And then he's like, Tucker Carlson is a Russian agent. Tucker Carlson has sold out. Tucker Carlson is dividing the nation. It's like, so everybody...
Intercepted. Oh my God. That's a joke, brother.
Jared's whole segment
I got my ass stomped.
about people trying to control and police other right wingers. Well, he's trying to control and police the right wingers. It was complete and psychotic. God, it really is. It's something to witness. It's something to behold. Jared has quit drinking. God, stop. No. He's no. I swear to God, man, this incitement about Jared, like, he's now fasting 3 days a week. He's in the gym 6 days a week. He's now off his anti.
God, I can't wait to watch Kino Casino in the morning.
He doesn't take pills. He doesn't do alcohol. He's purifying his body. That's what he's claimed.
All right, we're 5-5 on the season. We're 3-2 during the stream. We're 41-57 overall.
It's only going to take a couple of months.
Ready for game 11 of the regular season. Trying to hit the playoffs. So we're going to South Alabama.
Did you lose another 20 pounds this week? Or,
I hope you win a championship.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen because when I won the championship 2 years ago, it was on my second season. You know, you have to get one in early whenever it's easier. But, you know, we got into the semifinals once and the quarterfinals once earlier this season. But all we could do is keep trying.
No, it really is. It's a Walmart video. He goes, well, I actually haven't been able to work out because of the gout. And he just admits that it's all fibs, that he actually hasn't been working out because he's in horrible pain from the gout.
I'm going against Kent State.
No, he's now claiming that he can't take the gout medication to reverse the gout because he's purifying his temple and he doesn't want to take any prescription medication
Doodles.
or any sort of
You girl.
drugs ever in their lives. What's actually probably
Girl.
happening? Unless it's my first.
This dude's won a championship already.
And it's all just like in order to impress Smell. Because it's just Smell comes on, it's just this constant talk about his fitness arc, you know, he's well now, he's winning, and then when it's not low, it just kind of disappears, you know what I mean? But I also think it is possible he's on Ozempic, because one of the side effects of Ozempic is that you get gout, but it's only temporary. Oh, you know what I mean? There's a whole Kiwi Farms post breaking down, you know, all the reasons why Jared's probably using Ozempic. But I honestly doubt it. I don't think he's lost any weight at all. No, because if he actually had, he would have no problem getting on a scale and showing it to everybody. Exactly. Or, I think what's probably likely, or maybe he did get Ozempic and maybe he did lose 18 pounds. But he's actually started at 450 pounds instead of 350 pounds. Like, yeah, that is probably. He's definitely over 400 pounds. Like, he used to believe otherwise, because if you look at the photographs of him when he weighed in at 340, 350, he's so much thinner than he is at Ozempic. It's like a completely different person. But the thing is, Ozempic makes people not want to eat, right? And he's eating like 18 pounds of steak a day. He's eating all this like cheeseburger. So it's like bacon, you know? Steak. I honestly just don't believe anything the guy says either. Especially guys that got 10 days clean of alcohol. But this is yeah, 10 days. I know.
Yeah, he's... Everything Jeremy says is a fucking lie. Like, that is just everything. It reminds me of Boogie, like, a few years ago, where literally you are better off just whatever he says, it's the opposite. Just flatly. Just flatly, he's gotten to that point.
I was never addicted in the first place. If
you can't admit that you were in it, you're never going to change. You're not going to lie. He's just lying. Then he goes from saying he was never in it to a few minutes later admitting to drinking 5 days a week. I don't think I ever drank like 5 days a week. I don't know if I ever went on a 5-day during COVID and I felt miserable the whole time. It's horror, like it's like that all the time. Alcohol is good.
Yeah, drinking alcohol 5 days a week, that's alcoholism right there.
You know, it's insane. Then we got ESP.
But
ESP has decided its life mission to generate generational wealth. They always like, Phil, we appreciate this so much. Phil decided yesterday creation was like 45 minutes.
Phil.
Like, we don't deserve money. We should get the money.
Are you serious?
He's an honest, positive person. He had no choice.
I mean, turn around for the fucking ball.
He had no options but to come work for us.
I mean, I'm lucky he actually picked that off instead of it being incomplete for field position reasons, but come on.
Slave 8 months and not for 5 years, 12 years, and did slaying it. And this is his moral victory, but he's a better person than the else. Even though he took the blood money because he's desperate and can't work or what. If you have original morals and principles and values like you claim that you have, you would have worked a real job. Work for the misery merchants who boss around, make you show your height, make you show your feet, insult your wife to your face dozens of times over the course of months before you can do anything. We basically had the old Yeller throw stones at this.
Wow.
This telling. And then what's amazing about it now is we make far more money off of Phil now than we ever did having him in. What we don't have to manage is like temper tantrums, his get baby attitude, we still manage high because watching him just sucks the soul out of everybody. He's such a boring fucker. But at least you don't actually have to answer his gin soap DM at 4 a.m. You need to see him. Fun, jealousy of it all this insane. Why don't you just let them give it? You give them all of you, lavish them with money. They're living the high life. And why don't you just be their answer? Why don't you just spread your ass and let them rip it apart? And it's just like the jealousy that you can possibly imagine. Why could you what they do? Why could you what they do? It's like, no, you can't. Everything you better. Phil, your son, not everything. Like, that's just the reality of Phil's life. Because he's 4 best at best. You know, well, no, we would. But we would. I get king of retro every day. I play retro games 10 times better than anything he's ever done. Live, just taking the dump and get 1,000 viewers. You know, Phil can't get any fucking viewership at all. It's over for Phil. Viewership. And he's sitting there. He's like, oh, he's like, the best on Kick doesn't mean anything. It's like, what does being one of the lowest viewed people on Kick mean? Yeah, it was the lowest viewed. It's like, it's like, okay. And Phil's like talking about how he'll never blow up, he'll never have success. He's buried in the algorithm.
Stop him.
It's just, man. But this guy is, this is all through money person. He's audited 220. He's like, now 220, you owe me 247 subs. The number just keeps going up.
We backed him up.
Got banned. No, he banned him, but he says that he needs to come in on a sock account. Just give him 247.
None of it makes any sense.
Man, what a goal line stand this could be.
Twitch subathon stuff. Victor.
We're gonna cover quartering DSP and RTU tonight on Keno Casino and I'll watch that in the morning on my own. Damn it! There's the touchdown.
What do you think about Lynn's Gassy Clancy?
What's that about? Is this something new I haven't heard about?
The pit boss gets on.
Speaking of DSP, here is the specific crash out.
Woman strangled her 3 children.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, I've heard, and then I heard a bunch of women are taking, I know what you're talking about now. A bunch of women are taking pictures with their kids saying they stand with her. Or something stupid and dumb like that. Jeez. Come on.
We address that's Clara Rock is going to pay into the gaming and the gaming schedule, what happened this week, and then we're going to get into some news stories, and then we'll go from there. Ready?
Can we get a low throw in there instead of a high throw in that situation?
On Monday, we opened Yu-Gi-Oh! Con. Okay? We opened 5 packs of the, Duelist Advanced Yu-Gi-Oh! Set. There were some pretty nice cards. Okay, they really were. I think good time following or watching them and opening them. Sadly, they just weren't of high value because that set doesn't really have high value. Okay? But then, because of your sport, we were opening a bonus pack of Mega Dream EX. And as I opened it, it was a god pack. That means that every card in the pack was a hit.
CM Punk retained because Sammy attacked Kevin Owens.
As I just showed you, $400 in jump, it was $170 too. It was 888. I want to say 39.
Are we really setting up Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens for the 500th time? Is that what we're really doing?
So,
I mean, we get it. We've played this story out. This is like Rollins and Reigns. Dude, we get it. They're rivals forever. We played it out, bro. Okay, this field clip's boring. Well, let me skip it forward.
Which means what happened is 2 things. Number 1, all of the people who
It's like Senna and Orton but worse.
and basically highlighted the god pack opening.
Yeah, it's just too, their tag teams are against each other. Their tag teams are against each other. Can we leave these 2 fuckers alone from each other? A little bit, please?
Or DSP makes a god pack. DSP always scripted god pack opening. So basically, because they stole the commentating legally, number 1, breaking the law. And number 2, they all put in defamatory qualifications, right? Oh, build us the server vehicles of that. It's not legit. Okay? They got all the views. Not me. So me, this is my it's part of my it's part of my it's what we're doing together. We're joint for 3 months.
Have you seen the Boondocks?
Yeah, I did. I watched that back in the day. I thought it was okay. I think some people think it's the funniest shit since sliced bread. I thought the show was okay. Like, there's a bunch of Adult Swim shows that they're not on the air anymore, and they haven't been for a while, that were good back in the day. Mission Hill, Oblongs, Brack Show.
It's not a big deal. Don't talk about it. Let it steal the views, so any views that we're coming to other people.
Yeah, Doodle's got a little bit of fleas going on.
You can say that, basically make the whole goddamn thing. Oh, come.
I'm over the DSP stuff. All right, so here is Cody Leach's review. Wait a minute, I'm going to ask you this first before I play this video. Eli, do you plan on seeing Insidious out of the further? Yes or no? I don't want to spoil it for you.
Probably not.
Probably not. All right, we'll see Cody Leach's review. Or hear Cody Leach's review. Damn it. We're in trouble. I think I'm done with the franchise. I think I love it, but I think it's time. Wrap it up now. You're able to squeeze an extra one out of there. I didn't think you needed to. Pushing your luck.
15 or so years ago, and has turned out to be one of the more successful long-running franchises in modern horror. And the basic synopsis of this new Insidious film is that you have a woman who is able to travel to the further and not only interact with all of the spirits, but actually back to reality. And so the level of forces start to pursue her to exploit her ability to come back to life. So to set the stage really quick, as far as the Insidious franchise, I was a massive fan of the original film when it came out, and I genuinely loved the third film, the one that Peter Nell directed. That was actually my favorite. Now, I have slightly fallen out of love with the original. I do think certain aspects of it haven't aged so well, but I still am really fond of it. The second film, the fourth film, and the most recent fifth film, The Red Door, never really been a huge fan of them. So, as a franchise, they have more misses than hits, but the concept, the world a little further, especially when...
Good Lord.
I still think there's some potential for words.
Wow, and he ran it out with 1 second left to set himself up for a field goal. Unreal.
Trailer, didn't really know what the plot synopsis was, so...
And he just slips it in.
At the very least, I hope it's better than the last two. And for the sake of changing things up a little bit, telling the narrative of my thoughts on this film in a little bit of a different way, let's start off with the negatives. So, the negatives as far as Insidious Out of the Further is more or less the negatives that a lot of us have had with the last couple of films. This does feel like a concept where there is potential to do some really cool things, but more movies than not in the Insidious franchise just choose to kind of reiterate the same
wait for
things, do
Black
the
Myths
exact
on
same
Queen.
journey, have the same type of plot structure, but the only real difference...
Should stream that one, or well, when your internet gets better. Record video.
That's how last felt. Like we're just going to go back into lipstick face demon in the same third act. And so this is a film that, while I will get into a lot of things that are different about it, there's a number of plot beats, there's a number of stylistic choices here that does just feel like another Insidious film. A lot of the jump scares in this movie I thought were incredibly predictable.
That's not coming out this year.
Good scare, and there's certainly some
Yeah, that's what, 27?
Scares themselves that I'm sure about the trailer, the moments that really trying to get the audience. There was such a deliberate choice of camera placement and the way that they framed the shot, where anytime they're about to have some creepy image walk on the screen, the character that you're focusing on is almost always off to the side, and you have all this moving space. And so naturally your eyes are trying to fill space, knowing that at some point something is going to fill that space. And every single time in this film, that's exactly what happened. There was no fake outs, there was no trying to subvert your expectations with those camera choices. I also felt like this movie also strains credibility a bit. It doesn't try nearly as hard as, especially the first two films, to kind of make this world feel very small. Not a whole lot of people are knowledgeable about it. It's very much a secret, where Lin Shaye's character and her two compadres were kind of like the conspiracy
People in
theorists.
Pakistan are smoking scorpion venom to get high.
Know about it. Now
That's wild.
It's really ability that this has not become like this widespread awareness of the existence of the Further and these numerous entities walking around, because the movie deliberately chooses to have lore and characters brought in, and especially some things that happen in the third act that nobody will be able to ignore. There's not going to be any sort of...
At some point tomorrow, me and Scooter's review will come out.
That they're starting to break that little bit of reality, that we're starting to break that tether that I think is important to keep very much strong. It's like this. Beyond that, there's not really a whole lot specific to point out as a flaw or a shortcoming with Out of the Further. That is not applicable.
Dude, he picks up all the blitzes. He just ridiculous, man.
Franchise that starts with a great original film with James Wan and becomes popular, and then suddenly most of the franchise goes on without his active involvement. They all kind of suffer the same things. They all start to have weaker writing. They all start to feel like they're having the same bag of tricks. With Insidious and Conjuring specifically, it feels like a lot of the direction from the different filmmakers that get involved are all, to a certain extent, trying to replicate James Wan's style and James Wan's scare setups and the way that he uses the camera. And this is certainly one of the less good.
I'm getting clowned.
But still, to a certain extent to that logic, which is nobody can really do these movies as good as James Wan, and so you get varying degrees of success of people trying to replicate that. This is one of the mildly more successful ones, but certainly it's not as good as that original or the one that Lee Winnell did. Oh, and speaking of a film franchise that was started by James Wan and Lee Winnell, we play a game, and the game is simple. Increase the efficiency of your workouts and get into the best shape of your life. And if you want to ensure your best chance of winning,
Alright, get past the fucking ad.
As like the Lambert family, or even the family in the third film, I would say nobody here is as a character that just falls in their face that I don't care about, but they're just fairly stock.
It's like it's like your
Stock over characters. You have a young mom that is trying to have a relationship with her young daughter despite having some strained relationship with her mother in the past. And the actress immediately does a solid job. There's times where it felt like her accent was kind of slipping through. And it felt like she was kind of struggling to nail that American dialect a little bit, but just in moments. And then you have her cop boyfriend, who was a solid enough character, despite the fact that he's kind of incompetent in certain ways by the third act. There's another character called Claire who you get introduced to, who's more or less like our lead character's tether to being able to talk to Lin Shaye's character of Elise. And then, of course, we have Lin Shaye here. Now, I adore Lin Shaye. She's a legend in my mind. She's been in the horror genre as well as a lot of really awesome comedies.
Drop!
I've always been a fan of her and what she's doing. And this
I should do what Scooter's gonna do and delete the game. Sell my consoles.
Insidious. And as much as she's good here in the little bit that we get, I do feel like
You're
they're
getting
starting
destroyed.
to lose things for her to do.
Yeah, these last couple games have went south. We started the night off with a loss, then we won 3 in a row, and we lost last game, got our ass blown out, now we're getting our ass blown out here. That's what happens in this game. Anytime you start to make any sort of positive momentum, you get knocked on your ass. This game humbles you.
It really feels like it's trying to do something wholly original with this concept, with this world, and with this lore. The whole concept of having somebody almost with like the powers of Nancy Thompson from Nightmare on Elm Street, where she can pull things out of the dream world, pull things out of the further, is certainly an interesting evolution of what we've seen so far with these characters' abilities, and having a plot where entities inside of the further actually are working together, collaborating together across worlds to try to open a door where they can.
There's a TD.
And take hold of reality is a really cool concept. It's a really cool third act fight. It's a really cool thing that you have one set of characters on the evil side that they're building towards, and the main characters are trying to come up with a feasible plan to stop them. And certain things work, certain things don't work, and the status quo changes quite a bit. And it leads to a story that I actually thought got better.
I got in.
As it went on. First act, maybe even the first half or so of the movie, was just like, all right, that's another Insidious movie. I'm entertained enough. This is solid. But in the back half, especially in the third act, it genuinely felt like it was carving its own path and bringing something new. I was really engaged. I was like, well, shit. Okay, now I'm on board. Let's go. Tied in with all of that, there is a pretty good story here. The heart of our main character, where she has
Are you serious?
a great relationship with her
Are you serious?
That generation curse with
Oh my gosh.
twists and reveals in regard to what you, as an audience member, as well as the main character, are led to believe about most of the film and how things actually are in
Wow.
regard to that relationship.
Wow is right, bro. Wow is right. I don't. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Cyrus, I thought was a pretty change. It's less of a new monster design and more of like a human entity.
I'm lucky I recovered that.
That's able to communicate. That's more of a planner. And I thought that was not only just like change it.
You almost got it right back.
Characters, but it also gave the entities inside of the further just a different flavor to them. It's a character where you feel like
Just getting my O-line's just getting wrecked, man. Just totally wrecked.
like this is a character that is 10 steps ahead of you and has all the other demons and entities in the further on his side, and you never know when they're going to come for you. You never know who's going to pop up when. And also
I caught it.
cameos from basically all of the different entities that we've seen from the previous 5 films. So it's almost like a greatest hits, if you will, in the third act. And for as much as I thought that the actual like jump scares and scare sequences were,
I'm getting swallowed up on this
sequences in particular that I thought were pretty tense.
O-line here.
Did have an eerie vibe to them that didn't pay off with jump scares, but just kind of made you unsettled. One of them was the dentist, which we've seen in some of the marketing.
There's a
and
pick.
Expanded quite a bit. There's like multiple sequences.
Hi, doodles. Hey. What's with that barkins?
It turns into this huge labyrinth, like almost these really tight claustrophobic hallways that she's stuck in and can't find a way out. That she's
You gotta go potty?
This was staged really well. It was shot nice. The entities that are inside of here were genuinely creepy. And as somebody who can be claustrophobic at times, the way that it's kind of shot to be very claustrophobic in nature during slow crawling sequences as well as chase sequences was really effective. So that was the most standout sequence of the entire film and one of the more standout scare sequences of the entire franchise. And the last thing that I'll shout out here, which is kind of a mainstay of the Insidious films, is the score, the composition of Joseph Bishara, who is just like
I legitimately don't care what happens the rest
a pretty
of the
regular collaborator with James Wan, but he's also the guy who plays the lipstick-faced demon. His scores are always awesome. I have not seen a movie where he is the composer that does not have a really cool vibe about it. And Insidious is one, especially when that first film came out, where his style of score with like these string instruments and everything was very original sounding and very creepy. One of the more standout pieces of that original movie, and they've maintained that vibe throughout now 6 films. And so it's great to see that he's continuing to work with the Insidious franchise, even if James Wan's not the director, because it's one of the biggest pieces of the Insidious DNA as far as I'm concerned. So overall, guys, what I will say about this 6th film is that I don't think that it's like this awesome level of surprise where you should go out in droves to the theater to see it, but if you're an Insidious fan, casual or a high fan, definitely go check it out, go support it. It's certainly one of the better ones. If you're somebody who hasn't cared for many of these films, maybe wait and check this one out whenever it hits streaming. It might surprise you, or it might be kind of more of the same. It is right in that teeter in that middle area right there. But for me, it's a surprise with the film, and that was this. This one got this huge thing. We're here for all the 2026 new release reviews. Also, there's a here that's many States franchise and the Conjuring franchise.
Conjuring franchise is better than Insidious, but I like them both. I think because if you line up all the movies between Insidious and Conjuring, if you line them all up, you know, I believe the best. Let's do original. Let's just line them up this way. OG Insidious versus OG Conjuring feels like a dead heat. Conjuring 2 is better than Insidious 2. I can definitively say that. And then Conjuring 3, I don't know. I just, in every case, I feel like Conjuring's like half a point better. Like just a little bit better. Conjuring 3, I'd probably take over Insidious 3, but it's close. You can call that one a dead heat if you want. You can call Red Door is good. Red Door was like my movie of the year it came out. And Conjuring Last Rites, that might have been my movie of the year. That was my movie of the year last year, wasn't it? I can't remember what my movie of the year last year was. I thought maybe Conjuring Last Rites was my movie of the year last year. So, I mean, obviously, I think both franchises are great. You know, you include those two franchises in Saw. You know, James Wan has 3 horror franchises that are in my top 10. Because you have my all-time favorite horror franchise. The franchise must have 3 or more movies in it, at least. For me. My all-time favorite horror franchise is Halloween. And then, truly after that, it's probably Nightmare on Elm Street. And I could argue Insidious and Conjuring Conjuring's 3 and Insidious 4. And Friday the 13th is also in the top 5. And I could argue Saw is like the 6th or the 7th best. "61-yard field goal coming right up." No fucking way! No fucking way! How? A field goal return for a touchdown! Man, oh man, I completely was destroyed, bro.
WTF now.
Dude, this is unbelievable. Alright, so Pat McAfee says the Falcons season might be over before it's begun. Let's see what Pat has to say. Dude, you want to talk about getting my ass beat the last 2 games? I probably got outscored like freaking 80 to 14.
South, shall we?
We're about to find out why, sir.
So obviously there's a third member of this conversation that needs to be talked about. It's fascinating. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, there is a third member. We also talked about turnovers as well, so you can throw that in there. Tua is who we are talking about. Reports.
All right. Currently, I am just outside the playoff. I need to win this next game to make the playoff.
Reports out of Joyce in the first preseason game. Not really great down in Atlanta with Tua at quarterback. We know Penix is practicing. He's doing 7-on-7. Nothing team yet.
Basically, they're saying Penix and Tua sucked in practice.
What are your thoughts on the Falcons' offense?
South Carolina. This is a must-win to hit the playoffs.
Is Penix doing 7-on-7 enough to be ready for the regular season?
Absolutely not. You have to at least get real 11-on-11 reps in practice, let alone
right.
having them in any type of, preseason.
Let's see, what's Penguin Zero got for us?
Finish season for me of House of the Dragon.
I don't care about House of the Dragon.
But I still want to vomit my thoughts out, even though I was having a...
Alright, let's go to Side Scrollers has a clip about what's wrong with Halo.
I got a new video from Freakazoid. Halo thinks you're stupid.
Great, I hate going up against Oregon. Everybody picks Oregon the most out of everybody this year.
Some of these
Still, that's no gameplay. So on all, pretty called Summer game it's over.
Unless it's getting leaks.
Going through the teams right now. You're cursing through a decade's worth of dumbass decisions, one multi-million-dollar flop at a time. The league.
Okay, I can't handle the way this guy's talking. Let's go to the Whatever podcast. She says age gaps are wrong.
You also say that adult age gap relationships are wrong. You say that. Why is that?
It's wrong because my ex-husband was 20 years older than me, and I feel like he manipulated me. So, it's what's wrong. Having a big age gap is not, it's just not okay.
But you participated.
I know. and
Dude.
That's how I feel. It's wrong.
It's not. It's wrong for you,
Let's think that your ex-husband was here.
but it doesn't mean that other people can't have that.
There's no way. Age gaps are wrong. But I don't like the men my age.
Like, I don't want a man 10 years older than me.
Really, age gaps are wrong, but I don't like a man my age.
Okay, nice.
Wow.
Does it dislike the age gap in relationships?
I would say that when maybe a woman is first 18 and a man is maybe 40, 50, it's not wrong. It's like, it's legal. I would just say it's a little different than a woman who's 30 dating a man who's 45.
Sure, I would agree that it is certainly different.
Touchdown. I guess off on the right foot.
45.
Sure, it is certainly different.
I'm not sure wrong with
The
you.
example provided here that was 30 and 20. 30-year-old dating a 20-year-old.
There is nothing wrong with a 30 dating a 20.
So you're... Okay, I'm not gonna bite on the age gap conversation. A woman's career status makes her more attractive to men. You also agree with that.
No, that's not true. Women are not more attractive if they have a better job, a career, or a higher status. If anything, that actually makes it harder to have a relationship with that woman. We only, as dudes, we care about looks and loyalty. Looks and loyalty.
Being attractive.
The 3 L's. Looks, loyalty, and love.
Women's status, money. And I would compare it to, like...
Women say that they think men care about it, but that's because they care about what money we make.
Beyonce age 44. And then, wait, let me check. Category. He's 51. He's like 6 years, 7 years older than Beyonce. So I think here's what we're talking about. You put Beyonce in the nightclub, and then you put like a really hot 20-year-old woman, 21, 22-year-old woman in the nightclub. The men are to be more attracted and would rather date and marry a 20 women. Beyonce has a much more stellar music careers that you could have, super rich, and you know.
I don't think that's true.
It's 100% true. So, look, there are some.
It's 100% true.
It's actually sort of like, look, she's rich. If she, by the way, Beyonce would never fucking even glance at some like 25-year-old dude's way. But assuming she was inclined to date these guys, yeah, maybe there's some guy who's like either he doesn't know cloud or which is pretty rare. But if you were to ask the men, you decide like your motivations to like fucking try to get money from her or whatever, which one is more attractive? Like which one do you feel bigger? Like
It's obviously the 20-year-old, the unknown 20-year-old over Beyonce.
I guess it should be like generalized looks, or not generalized looks, generalized attraction perspective. 21,
fiance. Whereas if you put like Leonardo DiCaprio in a nightclub, now he's getting 51, but let's say when he's 44, you put 44-year-old Leonardo DiCaprio in some nightclub.
Are you serious?
Major city. And I'm not saying all of them.
This always happens when I play Oregon. Just getting beat by the receivers.
She's like the hot 22-year-old dude who's also in the club. Like the girls are gonna want to go and kick it with Leo instead of like just the random dude in the general admission section of the club. So there's also that. Now, ultimately though, one of the other reasons why I think men don't really care about it, even if a woman does have a good career, or she has good money, women overwhelmingly do not share their resources to the same degree that men will share their resources.
That's true too. Women don't share their shit like guys do with their women. They really don't. And you know, one of my favorite things too is when you go to the fast food place, you go to McDonald's, and you're like, "You want fries?" You know, with your hamburger, you sure? And I'm like, "No, I don't want fries. I don't want fries." What's the first thing that fucking happens? As soon as you get your fucking food, she's like, "Can I have some fries?" So, bitch, I just asked you if you wanted the fries. They're only a couple dollars more. Why did you say no and then eat half my fucking fries?
So, even if you did make a fuck ton of money and we cared about it, we'd still have to pay for dates.
I agree with you on that.
Right, even when women do make more money, guys have to pay for the dates. Normally.
To dump his girlfriend, if she regularly turns him down for sex on date, you agreed with that? Why is that?
Why is it wrong for a guy to dump a woman that turns him down regularly for sex? We're talking being turned down regularly, which means more often than 50%. If you're getting turned down for sex more than 50% of the time from your partner, then you need to move on. Because either she's only going to start having sex with you out of obligation, and then she's going to fall out of love with you anyway, and she's not wanting it, and she's intent on wanting it. Or you're just going to continue to end up sexually frustrated. There's a lot of dudes I've known that have been married, and their sex life is dead. Totally dead.
Sex and also relationships where the frequency.
So you have all like the responsibilities and all the stuff you got to do that comes along with marriage, and you have that dynamite hanging over your head if she ever leaves, but you get none of the fucking enjoyment.
Anybody else?
I would just say, I mean, the alternative would be he cheats on you to go get whatever fix he needs. So at least he's respectful enough to come here.
Fair.
It's not actually this relationship isn't for me, and then he goes off to find somebody who would actually do maybe what he.
Yeah, if a woman turns you down for sex, can she really actually complain about cheating at some point? If she keeps turning you down.
That's 100%. Like, I feel like that's okay.
Anyone that have any further thoughts on that?
It's someone who doesn't want to have sex. Does that make sense?
Yeah, look, sometimes the man's appetite is not as high as the woman's.
So sometimes it's all right to turn it down here and there.
She wants to fuck, the guy doesn't fuck. You typically notice more so from men, especially in long relationships. Has anybody here encountered that? I think.
Yeah, you can literally do this in marriage. I'm not saying I had a completely dead bedroom after the first year, but when I was married, if you put the amount of times we had sex the first year of marriage and a penny into a jar, the next 4 years after that, you take a penny out, the jar was not even half empty. So, there you go.
6 months.
Okay.
But it's more so due to just stress.
This hot chick on Brian's show's like, yeah, I only have sex with my boyfriend once a month.
If you're I mean, that's how it works. But the other term is libido, or there's another term for it, like, I don't know. Maybe the guy's just fine with just once a month, but does he initiate and then you pump the brakes?
But he'll like talk about wanting to have sex more often. He'll do like, I don't know, slap my butt, or I don't know, do things like to try and start something, but it doesn't always like feel like he's really trying to start something when it's something like the kitchen or doing something.
Touchdown.
It's like he's trying to do it. I'm like, okay, let's not. It's not so much that.
Okay, wait, no kids, right?
No kids.
And you guys do live together?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're like, what, 5, you said 5 to 6 years?
Yeah, at least 6, 7, 8 on
relationship. Y'all have pooped in front of each other, farted.
Yeah.
The fire is gone. This is why I don't think women should fart.
All right.
I mean, sometimes I'll have the door open.
I think you should just have stomach.
Let's go.
Oh, I have tummy problems.
Women should not poop.
Dreamcast guy has played Modern Warfare 4. Let's see what he has to say.
So how many times in a month would you say he tries and you pump the brakes?
Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to save that for a video. I got to save that for a video. Damn it! Come on! How's my secondary getting burned this bad? Let's do Game Scoop from IGN. See if they're talking about GTA and shit.
Go ahead. Joining me this week, what's the reward? Hey, it's good to be here. And Mark Medina.
We're in for a good one, guys.
The one guy that keeps saying, I'm so happy Mike doesn't care, is going to be either disappointed or confused.
Well, it's good to have you back, Mark. I feel like it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. Feels good to be there. Okay, well, we've got a great show for you this week. It's a mailbag episode. We're doing an all listener mail episode because it's a little bit quiet. It's the calm before.
Yeah, all mailbag. I don't know about that one.
A lot of the team is already there in the UK. Justin is flying out tonight. Sam and I are flying out later this week. So we're covering Gamescom all next week. It looks like it's going to be a pretty big show this year. We're doing Xbox.
It's not calm. It looks good.
The show is going to be big. Xbox is there. Nintendo's there. We know we're going to see games like Alien Isolation 2, Gears of War E-Day, Fable.
Really? They're making an Alien Isolation 2?
It's going to be built there. I forget what. Does everybody remember the name of the expansion? I don't remember. It should just be Witcher 4, but something else. That's not Witcher 4. It's a song time. Yeah. Anyway, should be lots of good games to check out next week. But first, let's check in with the listeners.
Hey, did you write us?
Hey. Me?
I mean, did you write us?
Look, it's the listener. Someone has to say it.
Hey, listeners. Thank you. Just playing. Thank Tony.
The viewers, listeners, questions for us, you can always get the email address, gamescoop@ign.com, just like Carlos Ortiz did, who says, I know there was a lot of excitement surrounding GTA 6.
Game.
In recent episodes, there has been
It's a good one so far.
Game of the year so far. Several mentions that GTA 6 has yet to be released. While I'm looking forward to the game, I'm not entirely over the moon, as it may simply offer a larger story and open world, more freedom than previous entries. So my question to you is, what could GTA 6 do to disappoint you or kill your excitement? Is there anything specific that would disqualify it as a game of the year?
That's a really good listener question. Is there anything GTA 6 could do to disappoint you? I think Eli's already disappointed, and now he doesn't want to buy it.
Much of this next week is crazy, and I just think what I I've seen over the years is an evolution from GTA to Red Dead 2. And like the more Red Dead 2 this game will be, that's my favorite Rockstar game, the more I will be into it.
Yeah, it's hard to speak without seeing gameplay, which is super exciting. We're getting that in a week, so...
Man, that's a pop right there. I'm trying to think what could make GTA suck for me.
Yeah, I've just had enough GTA to last me a lifetime.
You're the only one that says it like that, though. Everybody else is like, there's been no GTA for 14 years. But that's why I didn't play GTA 5 for years. I haven't played GTA 5 for many years.
And like the Zelda series, you get this kind of repeated, beloved, high-rated games that even if you don't like one of those off years, turns out someone's favorite game of all time. That keeps happening with Zelda. It's like, people will be like, well, actually, my favorite Zelda is Skyward Sword. Like, I think that's insane. But I also remember the year that game came out, and I probably would have been game of the year. I don't know why.
She was something crazy. Tears of the Kingdom, of the recent ones are my favorite, but Echoes of Wisdom is probably my second favorite for the WoW. I love that game. That game's great. So I would say...
Okay, I think, for me, if the combat sucks, if for some reason the combat's jank, that's probably what'll do it for me.
I don't know, you do see a lot of... There's talk... people seem to think it's a poor version of this will be given how anticipated it is. I'll say something that will be unpopular, but then I think I'll get everyone...
I'm taking the points. Fuck this.
I'm not a fan of GTA 5. I don't care for that game.
Wow, Damon doesn't like GTA 5.
I'm playing it, and I have no desire to ever play it again. However, like Sam was saying,
How the
the
combat
story
could
in
be
Red Dead
bad.
Redemption 2 is really remarkable.
Well, just like, I don't know. I mean, you could say, well, what the story sucks, but I played plenty of GTA without caring about the story.
So, those two things combined do have me excited for GTA 6.
Right.
Yeah, GTA 5 story...
Okay, I'll put it this way. Here's the thing. I have never really truly enjoyed Rockstar that much. Like, you know how I feel sort of mid about Final Fantasy, like as a franchise? I feel sort of mid about Resident Evil as a franchise. That's how I feel about Rockstar. I never got into Red Dead. I never got into Red Dead that much. I never actually got into GTA that much, to be completely honest. I'm just mid on it all. So, like, there's nothing that... I guess if they load the game up with microtransactions that just flood your fucking face, like, that would be the thing that turns me off immediately, right? But there's other things about it that could end up making it mid for me. Like a weak story or the combat's not the best. Because I don't think the combat's like the greatest ever for the series, right? The thing about it is, I always looked at GTA as it's the jack of all trades but the master of none. Like, you can drive, but it doesn't have the best driving. It has an open world, but it's not the best open world, right? It has combat, but not the best combat. Its variety is what makes it great. And really, your only limit is your creativity. And I'll be honest, when I just go around in GTA 5 or San Andreas and just wreck carnage, there's only so much of that I enjoy before I bounce. So it's just a matter of, will the game actually keep me engaged for dozens of hours? So I'm hoping for a good story and good combat first.
Game of the year, game is a genre most of the IGN team are into, or more niche, like some fighting games are. It's funny because once upon a time, fighting games were the most popular games. Yeah,
Damon's right. There was a time where fighting games were the most popular genre. That was in the early 90s. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat.
This is what always happened with a racing challenge game. Like,
We gave a racing game of the year in 2021.
yeah, totally. But people used to get really mad on our team. They were like, if we put a racing award together, people just vote for Mario Kart and Mario Kart year.
Yeah,
And
well,
that's what happens with Smash Bros, right?
there aren't very many Mario Kart games, but sure.
There should be, but there aren't. Yeah, no, I mean, I completely get that the cultural moment for fighting games hasn't come around in a while. But for that level, like the Street Fighter 2 level, but you know, there's a chance everybody
Now they're asking if Marvel Tokon could be Game of the Year. I don't think so, guy.
really.
Whoever wrote that letter.
That's out. So like those years.
Yeah, well, people really love Injustice, right? Which is the DC Mortal Kombat. So, like, with this being, you know, Marvel Street Fighter, I'm not a fighting game guy, and I have this installed on my PS5 because I want to check it out because I love Marvel. I'm not much of a team shooter guy, and I played a ton of Marvel Rivals, so I'm going to try to see if this kind of grabs me in the same way. But IGN has a lot of fighting game fans, so it would not surprise me if this is heavily in the discussion for Game of the Year for us.
Yeah, we actually have grown our staff by only hiring exceedingly high fighting game players. It's like, seriously, like we used to have so much trouble.
Oh, he beat me again, but he was out of bounds.
And this argument about Game of the Year, now it's just like the fighting game staff is just taking over. It's great. It's a good time to be a fighting game fan.
But why do you think fighting games, while a popular genre, they are a little more niche? Is it because it's really skilled? Like, you have to play at a competitive level, you have to be very skilled. It's not
Yeah, fighting games, you have to be super skilled to play a competitive level. That's so true. Fork down.
Be able to pick it up, push buttons, and do cool stuff. Like, I have watched. I'm on a team fighting. One of them was, you know, celebrating. Mitchell Saltzman, he's on my team, and he'll make these crazy in-depth fighting videos, and they make me never want to play fighting. Like, he's showing like all these like free counters and like.
What a stop. Now, if we could get a touchdown here, we could really kind of put this away.
You review this game, I can't be bothered to do all that. So then it kind of just turns me off. And so that's why my goal is to just boot the game up and just see if I like playing it. That's like, once I get to it, once I start.
Yeah, but you can't just boot a game up and see if you like playing it if you're just a normal person, unless you have a demo.
You know, and it's not really something I want to do, but it's something that like I'm curious about. Like, if I was just gonna play this or say a competitive shooter, you know, as the only game I play, and just mainline it and play it for a year, which I couldn't do my job, would I have fun with it? Would I be good at it? Is it something I can even learn? You know what I mean? Without having done it for the last 20 years. That's what this. When I see this, I'm like, oh, this is just. It's like riding a bike without knowing how to ride a bike. I don't know how to do that. You know. And yes, I can ride a bike, but I can't play a bike.
Yeah, getting hardcore into Rivals and then you know, kind of seeing funny and stuff and watching just videos about it, it becomes this like almost poker type thing where you're not playing your character, you're playing the other character, and that's where it starts to like get a bit too much for me, right? Like learning.
Really? Two motherfuckers open in the same area knock into each other. Not one, two.
You need to know when the other person's doing something. That is part of the game. And that's how these are as well. It's like, you need to know how to play Penny Parker, but you also need to know how to play Blade in that situation, just going out the B-roll. Because when Blade does X, you need to know how to counter for that. And like, that's where it starts getting a lot from the
I got a good running McFucknuts quarterback, though.
Control the goes. You don't let the goes control you. That's how you get a high score and respect. And that's true. You can micro-trigger those ghosts to do things and go the directions you want to by manipulating them.
You also don't want
I lost the yard.
That's one song.
I always like to play the single-player modes in Mortal Kombat whenever they come out, and I do want to play Marvel Tokon.
I did like the last Mortal Kombat single player I played.
Nav Morgan in Sissyville with, I would love to hear from each of you. What's your game?
Touchdown. Let's go.
That's our best games of 2020. I don't know anymore.
It's
I just don't even know anymore.
It's Mina for basements. No, but Mina the Hollower. Yeah,
Mina the Hollower sucked.
There was a pretty large oversight in your review, Sam. You never pointed out that the bones are their limit. I did do that joke in the video review. That's my favorite chapter. I think so. Yeah, I think that's.
Oh my God.
It's absolutely correct. That's the bones are your money. Yep.
You know,
When he scores, he hits a quick strike.
Sticks, as I've defended it.
Wow.
But
I just got to stay ahead of him.
I'm just saying, a game that stuck with me for a while that I just want to already replay it would probably be Pragmatic. Great game.
Wow. That's great to hear that in conversation. Two amazing Capcom games in conversation from Game There. I mean, another Capcom game is out very soon. Unreal. That would be and we don't know when they're making the games coming out, right? It's probably not soon. No, that hasn't been announced. Play that.
Yeah, and September.
Bro's
I keep
winning.
looking, I want to play Zero Companies.
Yeah. But it's he has the ability to score quick. All three of his touchdowns were big play, deep touchdowns.
Good chance that Wolverine will get a game of the year because I think the era of Wolverine that I grew up with, and where Wolverine was the biggest comic book character for the first time, right? When there was Wolverine miniseries, and then there was full series, and then the X-Men cartoon, like that.
Wow, what a fucking horrible angle I took.
90s, looks like it's
Horrendous angle.
I don't care otherwise, but that really has me done this. And then, Mark pointed out while we're getting set up that Phantom Blade Zero looks incredible also. Yeah.
It does look so good.
I don't know if I want to punt it back to this guy.
That game looks amazing. Man, there's too many games.
I better just get this third down.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that'll be eligible for Game of the Year.
What's your name?
And of course I didn't. Dude, I gotta go for it. I feel like I have to go for this. Because this guy just... I'm lucky I get the one stop on him, but other than that, I cannot fucking stop him sometimes. He fucking dropped it! He fucking had it in his hands! Right there!
Buddy, you should mention Ocarina of Time, because this next email is from Robert from Quebec City. Long-time listener here. Merci beaucoup for all the scoops. We're all hyped for Ocarina of Time remake, but will it live up to the hype? I'm a little worried that this game...
That's the next mailbag question. Will Ocarina of Time live up to the hype?
I love GTA San Andreas. Back in the day, the map felt almost impossibly huge. Waking up in Angel Pine halfway through the game felt like being in a whole new world. Now, in the remake, I can literally see the Chilean from CJ's front porch on Grove Street, which is laughable. The game feels much smaller than I remember, and in general less impactful and significant, which I know is normal, but somehow this diminishes the game just a little for me. Will this be the case for Ocarina of Time, a game that's often called the greatest game of all time? What do you guys think? Should we get excited or do we lower our expectations? Go, Sam. I think about this a lot. So I have two things. One is that's the challenge. That's the challenge to make this game not feel small for this development team. They have to either, put more things in a geographical zone that's kind of like the original, or they have to go really traditional and hope people care. And I have evidence that might still.
Wow, he got first and goal. Didn't get in the end zone.
And Banjo-Tooie and Mario 64, those are all fucking Mario Sunshine. That era.
Now he's in.
It seemed at the time, it seemed smaller now.
I don't know, will Ocarina of Time live up to the hype? I think that depends. If you're looking for a remake with new shit in it, probably not.
Your to-do list and what you're doing next, not necessarily like.
If you're just looking for like what we got with Halo and Assassin's Creed, miss the extra point. And just updated visuals and, or what we got with Star Fox, I should say, just updated visuals, and yeah, it'll live up to the hype.
It's the dungeons, and I don't remember how to do any of the dungeons. So that's all just going to be fresh and new, and that's going to be super fun. But also, Star Fox came out earlier this year, and I was like, that barely right? Like, it was just like a new skin on the exact same game with some new cutscenes. And I loved it, and a lot of people loved it. So if that's what we're getting with this, I think they're fine. I think they're totally fine.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nintendo hasn't done like a Capcom style remake or a Final Fantasy VII remake where they just blow the whole the original game up and it's bigger than it was. I mean, because they remade Mario vs. Donkey Kong and Resident Evil, but I mean, it's like 1-to-1 remakes, right?
I mean, they've remade Ocarina of Time with 3DS, and it was still basically 1-to-1.
Yeah, so I don't know what to expect. If they blow the game up and make it, you know, add a bunch of new stuff to it, I just think that would maybe be the first time that Nintendo's done that.
Yeah. Or, well, I mean, okay, so we've seen Nintendo level up something before because they took a black and white Game Boy game and made it into a 3D game. And that is like an order of magnitude of like graphics.
Nice.
But they kept all the puzzles and the geography and stuff pretty similar. Not exactly, but similar. So I think that's an interesting thing to think about. Like, what would that be? And I don't think, I mean, obviously, this has been remade once for 3DS, so they didn't quite do that there. They just kind of gave it extra polygons. So, you know, what would that look like? It could be stretched a little bit and filled in a little bit.
I think I would have been worried when there was those initial rumors that it was going to be Ocarina
Gosh.
Part 1, and it was going to be Kid Link, and then later down the line we would get Part 2. But it's
Oh no, that rumor, I'm glad that's not true. I'd be so fucking pissed that, oh, it's Ocarina of Time remake Part 1, Kid Link, and then Part 2, Adult Link. No. Do not ever do the Final Fantasy VII remake shit like that ever again, anybody. Don't break up a game.
I mean, Final Fantasy is by its nature a storytelling, talking game. Like, that's what it was. It was a CD-ROM game about FMV and talking. Like, that's just what I'm going for. Ocarina was never that. It was like, how fast can we get you back to running around this field and stuff and stuff? Like, they you know, the longest cutscenes are things like getting the Ocarina, you know, and they're very short in-game. So, here's a thought experiment for everybody, for homework for the listeners.
I couldn't get the edge.
Castle, because that was a fixed camera. It felt crazy populated now. That seems really dated now. That's a pre-rendered, just map background, right? And then, like, kind of the polygons.
Oh, he called timeout.
Doing that now seems really weird. And, you know, to get away with that, you would just have a fixed camera in a full 3D environment. Yes, that might be the way they do it. Or they might just build out a more interesting castle town. You know, like, those are both options. I can't wait. Like, that's what whispers.
You know, I want to see more of it.
Well, that's another point for me. I think Nintendo's being strangely quiet about this. Like, this should be out in 3 months. So there's no marketing campaign happening.
Let's go.
Teaser trailer. I think it's a little strange for being so quiet about this remake of, like, our friend Nick Quebec City said, what's something that is
Probably the best running quarterback I've played.
one of the greatest games ever made. I can't wait to hear when they're going to do the soundtrack. You know, the soundtrack that they've written is incredible, but it's not a full orchestra. It's like a mini track triggering samples.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I know they've orchestrated stuff in other games since, like, the themes a little bit and everything, so it'll be nice. But boy, I love the MIDI and the guitar tone in the Burner Desert. So, yeah.
Maybe that should be like an unlockable Easter egg. Unlock the original MIDI, try and get the remake.
Sam recently went to California Extreme, which is a big retro arcade convention here in California, and you brought some photos and a show and tell.
Yeah, so here's some photos from my vacation at California Extreme. So California Extreme, to remind people, or if you've never heard of this before, it is 700, 800 arcade machines in a Hyatt Regency in Santa Clara, California. And they're all in free play. You can go for 2 days, and I actually bring games to contribute. Here's the truck that I drove down with friends with a bunch of games strapped to the side of it for safety. You can see there's arcade machines, and those things there hold the pinball machines, and my friend's small change makes those tiny games. So we loaded those on a loading dock, loaded them inside, and had to make sure that...
I'm going for the fucking win, bro. I'm going for the fucking win.
So what I'm going to do is going to show you the experience I had there and talk about it a little bit, but mainly just show you the games I think games you can dance with you most interested in. So if you're listening, I'll try to explain what these things are, and I'll move fast, but you might want to check out this venues. All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
He dropped it in the end zone!
You see, this is the nice setup shot. You see into the distance as far as you can see arcade machines, right? And that starts getting closed in with more and more. You can see this is how they set it all up.
Hey, you think you're mad about the drops? On the very last play of the game, without being touched, my receiver dropped the game-winning touchdown in the end zone. He dropped the game-winning touchdown in the end zone. I needed to win this to go to the playoffs. We're viewing the highlight. We're viewing the highlight. Let's see. See if we could. No. Let's view the highlight. I gotta fucking send this to Scooter. Here it is with 5 seconds left. Last play of the game. Boom, hit him right in the fucking hands. Right in the fucking hands. Boom. It's with 5 seconds left. Last play of the game. Boom, hit him right in the fucking hands. Right in the fucking hands. Boom. Yes, with 5 seconds left. Last play of the game. Boom, hit him right in the fucking hands. Right in the fucking hands. Boom. Wow. I'm at a loss for words, guys. I'm at a total loss for fucking words. I don't even know what to say. That has got to be one of the worst endings I've ever seen.
Someone on Twitter said GTA 6 makes GTA 5 look like a PS3 game, and then Rockstar said it was one. What happened?
Oh, you missed it, Eli? Go rewind the stream a little bit, just a few minutes. Go look when it's 5 seconds left in the game. I put it all on one play, and my dude dropped the game-winning touchdown in the end zone. Go watch it real quick, and go look at it. And then you can see me also do a replay of it also. I cannot believe this fucking happened. I simply cannot believe it.
Please give him a follow on X or Twitter. True. Unfortunately, members only his Twitch streams, and I'm not paying him any money, so I had to grab the clips from other people.
There you go, Ozzy. See? Good thing you didn't.
Wow.
You know, like, I need the content. No. Don't give that scumbag any.
So give these guys a follow. Ricky Renell Game. I'll put the link to their stuff in the description, but let's get right into it now.
Man, YouTube loves lesbian. I just don't bring it up. Man, if
Bro
someone's talking
dropped
about
it.
me, it is like literally the first fucking video.
With the game on the line, man. All the marbles.
It's like, rich. I'm shit.
He kept going like 3 down linemen, and it made it look like I could just run it. Ran it 3 times, didn't even get a first down. I melt the clock down. He calls timeout 5 seconds. I go, all right, I could kick it for the OT, or let me go for the win. I go for the win. The play's not going great, but I keep it alive. I got a guy wide the fuck open in the end zone, and it hits him in the fucking chest. Not the hands, just in the chest because he's kind of stumbly with no one around him. No one touching him.
Why don't you click it? Oh,
We got 3 teams left, starting a new season. Southern Mississippi. We went 5-7 that season.
it's like, what's it? I had the bill up.
We're 3-4 tonight.
YouTube started feeding me.
We've lost 3 in a row after we won 3 in a row.
Paying me is paying. Before that, even though they watched it virtually every day, couldn't get it. So I'm making a video. Go click on it. YouTube shows me every fucking time. Speaking of Twitch, this upcoming Monday, August 17th, I'm going to be having an 8-hour subathon. 8-hour subathon. I know the goal is lofty.
Fortunately, I see mainstream members on that.
It doesn't. Thank you for the support. You know, believe me, I'm not going to sit here and pull a fill and lecture you. All right, you know what? Fine. 220.
How much longer are you all going to fall for it? Like the thing, people going to fall for the, oh, I'm not going to be like Phil. Well, hey, just because you're going to ask. We know you're going to ask. You're just saying that, so in our minds, we'd see the difference, but it's not. It's no different. You're still asking constantly.
That many subs, I'll choose 20.
And what is, can someone explain to me the turning the lights off? A lot of these clips I keep seeing, he's turning his lights off now. I'm confused on that. What's the meta on the lights off thing?
You have to fight so hard just to be 500 in this game.
Percentage very high. Still high, but not as insane. So it's 100 levels. You should get more subs in here around 12. I realized that goal was astronomically high, so I got the goal down to half. Yes, it is still high. Yes, it's still a very slim chance now that I realized when I was asking for it before.
I don't know if he's getting door knocks. Probably not.
It could run this running paper scissors. Listen, so
There's a fucking mosquito in here. I got 3 mosquito bites already.
trying to get subs here from this thing. Let's go. I cut it from damn. It went from 200 to
Sure to me. Sure to me. You're no different.
50. I suck at doing that, but I'm like, you know, that would be more logical with what you're looking to do. So there you go. Let me make them on parity. These people are from.
No, you thought that they were going to crush and give it to you and pause. But they weren't going to. Because they don't like you like that.
You fucking confused.
It's a whole different platform. Whole different platform.
So you from the last stream, however, or from the last goal. So I get, but I have the goal to create this. So I can put it down to 50. So I updated the goal. So yes.
The Statue of Liberty!
So being on 2. So there you go. So it makes more sense.
Jesus Christ. And this is what they're supposed to give money to? God almighty, it's been so long since we have actually watched it. I totally forgot. How unbearably boring this got here.
So we already got 20. So we're actually at 22. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, bro. It went from 250
and all that much higher. I just re-updated it. And I already had the other ones counted, so I made the new goal lower. It still sounds way more complicated than it really fucking is, but I mean, it's, you guys were supposed to develop, we just developed an album series. Yeah, it's a failure on my part. I have to manage the goals here better. It's different than YouTube. I just type in, or just don't have them. And what you get is what you get. Thing on YouTube. Over our Streamlabs. We got 31 members this evening. No, we did not. So we ended up streaming as a dog dying for the dog. I didn't feel bad for him. This is right here, where I was like, oh no. Stop lying. He miserable. I gave him that reprieve last time. No, we did not. It's a so we ended up streaming as a dog dying for the dog. I don't feel bad for him being miserable. I gave him that reprieve last time when Billy died, and he didn't give a fuck. So, oh well. Fuck. So,
Why are we black screen?
trying to get chemo, the game good. And all in all, listening to this the other day. Oh, that's not true. You're lying. You're completely lying. I'm sure I gave you a print that your friend, and I'm giving it to you for your dog. No, you didn't. Because he made a whole video talking about what you were saying. So let's just see if this is exactly what Dicker said. He gave him the pass when his friend died. He didn't want to mess with him, and he didn't care, or he didn't show him some respect. 8-bit Eric was rude and ignorant towards him. Plus, maybe I'm mistaken. And he just said, "Oh, nice Dicker response." Let that sink in. Your buddy Billy just died. So it's only, and he was a bodybuilder. You're so stupid. One of your closest friends just passed away from a brain tumor. You fucking fruit. Oh yeah, but he was sincere. Was he out of shape? Was he fat? That's what it just happened because you are so two-dimensional, so not even a triple-digit IQ. You're gonna go, well, I had this very healthy bodybuilding friend that was a close friend of mine that just died from a brain tumor. I'm gonna still literally say in the same year that it's only fat people that need health insurance. As you drink yourself into a fucking sloppy coma and fall on the fucking floor, or a miss or big down your pants, dude, come on, man. You gotta think fucking 2 steps ahead sometimes, or 2 seconds ahead, and that's too much credit for you. And I have to tell you, Eric, I pretty much guarantee that I am healthier than you at this point. Okay, see, now he's getting crazy later. But the man invoked his death to prove a point because he got upset over this stupid, the healthcare guy shooting. What's his name? Luigi? The Luigi shooting. Are we going to that? Like, so Christ, not bringing it up. I mean, what a great friend. What did he do? The truth. I'm not exaggerating. Yes, 140 views on a 6-hour video, but he has 20,000 followers on Twitch. I don't even know how that's humanly possible. Honestly, I really don't. It's real. It's just so bad that it's Twitch stuff. I love like 6 hours. People bet for money and flounder and a silver, but whatever the price. Oh, okay, well, this is with that 8-bit Eric clip we just watched where RT was talking about Eric's dog that passed away like a month or 2 ago. I can say this. If you have this much like disdain for any human being, you really need like help. You need to log off, get offline, talk to somebody or do something, because if somebody you love online, like if they lose a loved one or a pet, and the first thing you think is like, oh, fuck that guy. You got issues, man. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not like you, Harris. I'm going to make this a point, too. I remember, do you guys remember when RTU was a part of Locale Live with Locale TED Talk and everything? It was Jay and RTU. They did TED Talk for like a month and then they both quit. But there was a period where Jay invited me to take Eric onto the show. And I remember thinking, like, oh, wow, this is going to be like a big thing. Like, we're going to talk to each other like crazy. And Eric showed up on the stream. He was like, hey. But anyways, shout out to Ozzy because you got me back in the game. Ozzy, thank you very much for that. So, I was like, let me go. I didn't see what's been going on with this dude. Let's see. So I saw this clip right here from Babe, said that he's back on the drug, or he's never been off the drug. He's still getting high, so that's another, he's been lying. I never did. I'm just a really good actor. This guy's fucking weird, bro. He's so weird. So cousin back on the drugs. Back down the drugs, neglecting the kids. By the way, let me tell you, Rich, I never believed you. I have been always saying that you were on drugs. You talk entirely too slow. Your eyes are too low. You get it? Because the thing with me, I can tell when a person without with his time at all. Just tell it's all in your face, your eyes, I can see it. So I already knew. He's always had a shot to me that used to be drunk. Many of us have been saying you're on drugs. It ain't just me. I'm sorry. I think you tried to sell that lie to me when we were talking. Yeah, but, of course. That's all you got. That's literally all you got. What else do we have here? Oh, I have a question. Did we watch this news clip? Did we watch this news clip where he talked about Tipster? Because I was going back, because I was like, yo, I'm on. It's been a month that we watched this. I was talking about Tipster. Because I was like, I was telling you, I was going around, I was seeing if what I missed, what's been going on, what's happening. And then I saw this, and I was like, I don't know if we watched this one. Well, let's see, because I was interested, because I clicked into it, and I started watching some of it, and what he said about Tipster and his theory on why Tipster's trans now just had me cracking up. So I'm going to see what I watched it. Why is it trans? I'm sorry, why did it? Let me... There's a chance that we didn't watch it, but I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to rewatch. Let me figure this out. Okay. And there are some trends that I think are hot. Okay, here it is. Why it's gay? The trans community. I'm sorry, he wanted to get him as folks to be a safe community. He thought it was going to be a safe community to go. Trans community, and I'm sorry, he wanted to get it because he thought it was going to be a safe community. Just insane. Okay, Tipster turned trans to go. There are some trans women that I think are hot. Okay, Eric. I'm careful. I know how to do. There's some trans women, you know, we never knew that they were trans. I would. I can spot one. I used to think, now she got too much work, but I used to think Claire White was hot back in the day. She's granted, she's a regular perfect piece of shit. Sure did. I said, no way, not transphobic in slaves, but I let him say Christian. Confidence, what up? Okay. I'm so glad that someone is right. I let him say Christian. Again, let's check what's back over.
I can see, I believe that wasn't actually the show. It's not good.
It was great. I'm watching me ready for it. Which was much more fun to be honest. I mean, switch down. I think it was that kick out. I felt the whole thing. So he told Paul's name to it when he got his shit pushed in and finally realized that he was getting played by Kino 16 years later. It's like, I mean, I'm so much better than that, except when I looked at your eye and I'm not better than that. It's all about being purple that unlocked me.
Like, literally, and this is me being hyper. You literally did the same exact thing with Oak Live. That's what you wanted to be a part of it. True. You didn't jump up on their live streams to help out even when you weren't paid. And then when you were paid, you bitched about $40 and cried about it. Go to Walmart. You desperately wanted to be a part of a group.
I didn't know that because I didn't watch Rich.
I mean, Rich, for you to come here and say all of this about other people, and every single bit of it applies to you. Okay.
Wow, you're losing bad.
14-0's not that bad. Last game really just fucking pissed me off, man.
Fun night when you gain some relevancy out there. That was like your dream come true. You can't even say that. You understand what you saw what's going on. Back in the day when he became poppin', you were doing your own thing. You wouldn't even have known where he was then and now. You don't know anything about anything. The only thing you learned is from this doc you're watching. Why are you talking like, oh, I was there? So Tipster was on this.
He did speak to you. I do remember that. He did speak to you. But you don't know what he was feeling. Don't make me snip, because first of all, this guy's thinking of me. So I don't like. So don't start talking like you know what is going on. Yeah, don't start talking like, oh, man, he was trying to get in. You don't even know when it happened. Oh, absolutely, 100%. She's a good-looking person, 100%. Full stop. What did I say? Do stupid shit that synchronizes. Well, here we go. Well, like I said, he's better serving society as a fertilizer now. Him and Shirley becoming fertilizer together. Jeez, watch us about minutes on that.
Well, RTU's a piece of shit. He just said Charlie Kirk. He's talking about Charlie Kirk. He said he's better as being fertilizer. He's better as fertilizer. He's better as dirt. Fuck that asshole.
Jody Harris killed her boyfriend. I mean, who cares? She got. And what are you talking about? You pick someone else that is like. She's put on a level that is like, I can't believe you would ever do it. Like Casey Anthony, who smoked their kid and drove around with her. That's someone I can understand. You pick someone that killed her boyfriend, who cares? Doesn't matter. Who cares about that? And that trust says. Here's lists. Everything within he makes all his life decisions. From all around rest outputting. Bro, it's weird. How pics circulate the internet because of some trans girl you bit on? Gender transition to be around trans people. He got very bugged for how I know it's obvious. There's video evidence of it. I'm just circulating. And he's like, what's up? Okay, part of the video. I remember Bryce legend. Oh, let me hear this. Okay, let's remember Bryce fine. Okay, oh yeah. Oh, I have never seen it. Okay. And became trans.
Fuck, man.
They decided to join their
God damn these drops. I understand why Scooter was so pissed.
Understand. Do I think it's because of Catfuls? No. But I do think it's because it's like something of a job. But I don't think it's the love of Catfuls, I should say. I see. This was so bad. And he laughed. Oh, he learned from all the mistakes. People see footage just like their students on your classes. Supposedly, not binary likely. And he's sitting there like finding this chest and talking to other trans men about their rest. Come on. What you dare say I'm trans whatever getting his name up getting. If we can't make something take dead, you know what I mean? That's the difference. I have also heard, I'm not saying that I have heard other serious things about sex because I will honorably see the person that's only thinking it's true. I'm not saying I should hold it to that because I think I certainly do that. Kind of just get on over and I respect the person that people that only think I'm blessing. What mean is that it's sort of
oh my.
And like I said, it's not for, you know, you get fun. So you just not allude to the fact that there's something bad about an tipster, but because you don't have proof on it, you just didn't say it. But you'll say enough to raise suspicion, but you just won't say what it is.
I hate people that do that. They fucking say, oh, I know something bad about so-and-so, but I'm not going to tell what it is. Just enough to raise suspicion, but not actually give any proof of anything you're saying.
That's when I'm going to say it's all allegations, not when I'm making the claims. No. At the end, after I've already made these laundry lists of heinous accusations against somebody, that's when I'm just going to say alleged.
Unreal.
No, Richard, it's not.
He would lose it if someone from someone that's credible that there was something going on with Rich and last time the baby said, you know, I'm saying, you know, I have to trust them. I still have any proof, but I swear to God, there was something if the baby said, Lauren was like, you'll never be able to see these kids. I go, no, it's different.
You know how sick that would be? By the way, everything online. I'm just making an example. I didn't hear any of that, just to make sure. But that would be sick, though, wouldn't it? You probably wouldn't like.
Other than yourself that are making these alleged claims. No, you can't, because you refuse to say so because you're protecting their privacy. This is the same fucking moron that thinks there's a cabal of criminal live streamers that are killing each other behind the scenes and are having a sex cult run that nobody knows about. Richard, you're a fucking liar. Get fucking help with you.
I want to tell you that Tixer is just a goofy factor that's worthless. For various reasons. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not going to that he's just a goofy worthless.
Alligator arm that.
So sick.
It's like it shows that one match. So like
The autistic hand claps. Okay.
shows that one match.
Autistic hand claps. What is it?
Just get me. How would you get that from your wrist? You know, holy shit. I was ashamed of it. Ashamed of what? Ashamed of me. Unless I see quite holding me, my mom something. I'll try and put it into it. I mean, where you just have to scare me, you know, that's it. Should I go back and it's never funny. Hold on. By all means, if I did, you may or may not. I am.
What tip story? Because when you spoke to Tipster before, you guys had that whole conversation back and forth when he was saying that don't act like you ain't do the same things, alright? And then you got all red in the face, and he cooked you, and then left. And you got
This is a be your trail of full awareness. I don't even know these two that were saying, but people rush all this time. What I'm saying is we have facts like this, super aggressive. Yes, I assure you, there ain't nothing that I did that even remotely close. I can assure you that.
Halftime.
It's more serious than you get to some DMs. No, Richard, you can't.
I'm going on side kick already.
You can't sit up here and say, I know of this huge conspiracy where Hipster is just this giant monster behind the scenes. I wasn't good at removing the student then, you know. But if you knew that he was doing worse things than that, and you had no proof of it, Richard, why would you not say it?
Yeah, why would you not tell people about it?
I'm not going to talk about it and then dance around it while you talk about it, Richard. Either be forthcoming and be honest with what you're fucking saying, or you're just lying. And all you do is fucking lie. Again, this is the same guy that claims to know of a cabal of content creators that are murdering each other and having orgies. Well, not naming and
I do remember that, right? What up? I do remember that nonsense. The girl Jackson freaking out, kill us over. Yeah, that was a wild statement he made. I'm still waiting for those facts that come to light.
Money behind the scenes, despite knowing the people that are committing the crimes.
You know all these crimes, these wicked crimes that are happening, and you have no relations with any of them, but you don't want to say anything.
Man is a fucking lunatic. He's an idiot.
In the future, I was all about it. I'm substantiated. And
I guess there is a huge big top YouTubers having orgy sex parties, I guess. I have no clue. He has yet to tell us anything about it, but I'm waiting for it. That information to drop now if I was to know what this was all. And if y'all want to be waiting, you can't stop me. Never.
Yeah, I mean, spend last for shit like that.
I will never be afraid of you. I don't care how rich and famous they are. Half these people are boomer weirdos and like this big. I'm not afraid of no YouTuber.
What they were in, I told her for years, and we're still this. She said, well, just the first, I'm like, I mean, she never knew what I would say. I guess was, you know, why is shooting us? She said, well, it was wrong. What do you do?
So you said you're paying him rent.
I really want to feel wrong. I'm not just saying one. I don't know. Maybe
I feel like that, actually. I feel like it's not detonating. Well, what? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like that.
Okay, fourth down.
You don't even know his name to detonate. Like, there's going to be another unfortunate chapter. Oh, yes, sir. Swim. I said I was saying for me. I was like, well, me and Mike was great. Just talking about it. Let me know it's not going to end well. Yeah, misgender. Yeah, sure. But that name doesn't have a new trans name.
I have 3 first downs. Let's go.
Thank you all for watching it. Unfortunately, first of all, I see tips from the channel, but I see the markers on the server. Thank you all for watching the video, man. Tipster is going to be the next Chris Chan. Hey, look to take there, Dickers. Tipster might be the new Chris Chan. Wow. You are banging them out today, boy. You got a lot of takes. Well, not today. You know, a month ago. I'm a little late to the party here. See? I'm a little late. Let me see if I have any more clips here from my boy. Oh, you know how late I was looking? So, Big Eric sent me this video 2 months ago. And he sent me this clip 2 months ago. For the longest time I thought Dickers was Vickers. That's hilarious. Fucking transphobes. But they get off on it. They like can't admit that they're attracted to transgender women. So they do it through these means because they can't actually publicly state it. It's insane. Yeah, I know, like, you know, what's your reason? It's a trans, you know, it's projecting his weird fixates, meaning probably fucking transphobes. But they get off on it. They like can't admit that they're attracted to transgender women. So they do it through these means. Okay, so they wouldn't be transphobes. They would be LARPing as transphobes. But if they are literally sleeping with these people, then that's like the complete opposite of transphobe. Maybe stupid. Maybe I forgot what phobe at the end means, you know, but I could have thought, you know what I mean? That's a chaser. A chaser is a freak. King Bridget, yeah. I mean, he's the one that played yeah, X-Men, you know what I mean? She's sticky. Now, let's get to it. I don't have any more Dickers, alright? Wait, yeah, no, I know.
Let's get to it.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna start watching this straight. Because I'm gonna see, I'm gonna keep my ear to the street. I'm gonna tap back in to the continual street. I'm gonna see what's going on. You know, because apparently I thought if I kept you, kept away, you'd get your mind right. But apparently not. You still wanna act crazy. You still wanna act barking. So here we are. Before I get to the field thing, let's quickly go over and recap this fucking first situation. Dear fucking Lord, do I feel like you don't get any more pathetic than this, right? You don't get any more pathetic than this.
Hi, it's Mark Barth. Please count on your help to ramp up pressure on Congress to do more to prevent this mass shooting. Every day, 17 children are found in this country.
Back to Kyoto. All right. Hold on.
Oh. Come back at the Century?
I'm not ready. What is that? My daughter is right here. All right, we'll take care of you. Where is my daughter? Relax. It's my daughter. Relax. I know, and you're acting like a fool. You're acting like a fool. Let me talk to you. I was looking to you. Don't talk to you. I ain't looking to you. I'm talking to the smart boy. I'm talking to the smart boy. I'm just streets. So don't even talk. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Oh my God. Why do people just assume they're like, yo, I'm just going to use race as the excuse? It's behavior.
He is a sergeant. Funny, sit against the stop resisting. I'm not resisting. Stop. That's the last time I tell you. All right. My daughter, I'm going to go get Hold out your foot in. You pushing me, no? Put your foot in. Did you go over to his daughter? She's over by the owner. Small girl. What are you going crazy? Oh, no.
All right, we got to score. We got to score quick.
You gotta stop yelling. Okay. Acting crazy. You gotta relax. Let's turn the AC for you. And we'll go from there. What were they saying before you just saying disorder. I guess I just think that this is not in certain locations. I think investigation continues. It's about to take a serious turn. With the suspect's daughter. They come up because you're a witness. Like all of their charges on, we want to know if you are a victim as well. I'm trying to get his name and his name first. How do you see that? Bobby, I'm not like that, dog. I'm not like that. I'm not saying like that, man. No, at the end of the day, dog, we're humans.
God damn, this dude's racist. Motherfucker. The guy getting arrested is actually racist.
What I need is just some information.
Caught it. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm trying to get the info for your daughter so we can have the mother. No. The mother doesn't have to come. Alright? The mother doesn't have to come. Let's make that clear. Okay, if I'm arrested, it's something different. Then the mother will come. If I'm arrested, then the mother will come. So we're figuring things out. You tell the door so you keep it and see if they jump disappear. Oh, you don't see the one.
The world, Freemasons don't run the world. It's much darker than that. You know their name, their organization, their family. They don't run the world. They're just puppets. The ones who actually run the world.
Go, go, go. Oh, man. Good Lord.
Hi, Sammy. This is Big Dog. My name is Service Office. How you doing? So at this time, this man was to responding to any kinds of altercations and staff member who ain't matter that he's going to go to jail. I have your daughter here, so where are you located so I can transfer this to you? Okay, is there anything you can possibly come here that can get your daughter, or are you handling this getting here? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'll see you here. See you.
A fake! A fake, and he got me on the fake! On 4th and 12!
What? Yeah. No, boss. Man, man, that's what it is, man. I also the responsibilities. Like in this child, you go to borrow here and allowing the baby to swim on her own, which is no interest is to be concerned by the child. It's what they neglect of the child. Called ACL. When they come in, you have her information and the information for the child, you know, you contact ACL, what the demons are doing, the whole charge report and everything done. The child has been small the examination. I told her that he gets stuff like that. Stop my son. I want to see the ambulance because he hit me.
End of that game.
I want to see the ambulance right now. Okay, you'll see.
That guy's insufferable. That guy is insufferable. Alright. All right, next. We got 2 games left, guys. We're 3-5 today. We've dropped 4 in a row. We got Stanford followed by Syracuse. All right, fucking, I'm playing the clavicular doc. I've actually caught up to all my other videos.
Despite their success, the first drug he looks answering to an extent, Brayden Peters
Congress must take is not a physical one, but a mental one. It forces the consumer to look at the world not as hopeful or understanding, but horrific, predictable, and hostile, that the exchange guarantees suffering, but also a clear view of reality. The 1999 critically acclaimed film, The
Great, this guy likes to run the ball too, North Dakota State.
to the protagonist, Neo. He is given the choice of the blue pill, a drug that allows him to live in ignorance and bliss. Or he could take the red pill and be exposed to the truth of the world. This concept that is far older than the Matrix has been adopted by online communities that are quote-unquote red pilled. Those that are impressionable, inexperienced, or frustrated will more easily fall victim to ideologies that frame reality in such ways. Teenagers and neurodivergent individuals tend to be the most susceptible to them. Unfortunately for a young Brandon Peters, it appears he was both of these. While he would not get a diagnosis, he believes that he is autistic. Brandon struggled with communication during his teenage years in the 2010s. He began to actively isolate himself from others in his real life at around the age of 13 and began gravitating to online forums, all while claiming to be actively listening
Free play.
to controversial political narratives. Brandon was moving even further from his peers and gravitating towards more extreme perspectives.
He's offside.
That's when he found it. The ideology that would change his life when he accepted it entirely. At just around 14 years old, Brayden took the quote-unquote black pill. The black pill is not related to the Matrix franchise, though it is an offshoot of the blue and red pill that has been developed by marginalized communities and that claims reality is far crueler than either. The black pill, in relation to relationships and general human connection, deems that one's life is determined by genetics and other factors out of their control. If one is born ugly, according to the black pill, no amount of self-improvement, whether it be weight loss or socialization, can improve one's value. With this way of thinking, one can find comfort that their failures are not their own, and were all due to the hand they were dealt. It eliminates personal responsibility, but will often replace that comfort
Yeah,
with hopelessness.
black pill doesn't make sense.
Being dealt such a
You have to take, yes, you have to deal with the, so this idea that you're going to, oh, this is the hand I'm dealt, therefore I cannot improve my lot in life, is stupid. That's a dumb ideology.
made possible. This is partly why the term incel has gained such prominence. The word incel is a portmanteau that in the literal sense means involuntary celibate. It is a term that has existed even before the Matrix films. Now, however, it is often used as a derisive term to describe those who blame their inability to find a partner on the world, whether it be women in general or institutions that they believe to be oppressed by. A single negative interaction can send one deeply radicalized and isolated. They are then trained by communities that exclusively hold and reinforce these mindsets. PUAHate.com, SlutHate.com, and Lookism.net. The first letter of each of these websites form PSL, P for PUA Hate, S for Slut Hate, and L for Lookism. These three websites, while virtually hosting the same numbers, can be used to explain not only the progression of the black pill ideology and its relation to looks,
Take the field goal.
members seek it out. First place, why they adhere to such a negative reinforcement, and why they have created the PSL scale, an extremely significant measurement system that places a sort of tangibility to the shared members' belief system, a way to measure attractiveness based mostly on bone structure. While a higher PSL can be achieved through weight loss, improving grooming habits, or better fitting clothing, the black pill dictates that everyone has a set limit as bone structure and height are determined by genetics. This then relates back to the PSL website's philosophies. PUAHate.com, standing for Pickup Artist Hate, believes that pickup artists are fraudsters that knowingly deceive those on the lower end of the PSL scale, known as subhumans. It exists to converse about determinism and share feelings of helplessness and hatred towards women. SlutHate.com is the successor to PUAHate.com. After PUA Hate shut down shortly after the 2014 Ela Vista attacks perpetrated by its own four member, Elliot Roger. I don't know why you girls are attracted to me. It's injustice. I'm trying to inspire you like animals. SlutHate.com was introduced as a sort of rebranding. While it may appear that those that cannot find partners would appreciate promiscuous women, it is the opposite in part because of this graph, and of course this graph. These show an inconsistency in how men and women rate each other. While the men rate the women fairly evenly, the women on average rate men as unattractive. Then there is also
That's
a
true.
illustration that explains all the paragraphs. It illustrates
Men fairly rate women 1 to 10 for the most part, and women just find 80% of dudes disgusting. They really do.
meaning illness, whether it be well or Lux. Only these conclusions are erroneous when applied to the population at large, because the data used to create these graphs are male-dominated apps and dating websites. As men outnumber women, women have the advantage of being more selective. Furthermore, by the nature of these services, users are given the chance to write a short biography and upload a few images to represent themselves. With such a limited expression, naturally appearance will play a significant role when selecting from still images and other distinctions apparent in real-life interactions are impossible to convey. Even so, failure on these dating websites can convince a user that they are a failure in the dating scene. The degree of frustration can lead one towards websites like PUA Hate and successor Slut Hate, or even Slut Hate successor Plugism.net. Plugism.net, while still harboring members with extreme ideologies of the other two websites, redirects the responsibility of failure in the dating scene back to its users. It does this by incorporating the practice of looksmaxing. Looksmaxing is different from what is considered standard self-improvement. It is the actionable solution to the black pill through extreme cosmetic surgeries, unapproved and unreliable drugs, and often the cell application of the former two. Those that believe to be limited by the facial structure can change it. Those that are limited by their height can undergo a limb lengthening surgery and where a rod is inserted into the tibia. During a difficult recovery,
I wouldn't do none of that shit. Even I'm not that desperate for puss.
Ability to gain a few inches of height. Falling into this rabbit hole and believing these procedures are necessary requires a small push to send one down the red pill or black pill and to looksmaxing, a perceived, preferable, painful, taxing, and constant reconstruction of oneself as an alternative to the pain of rejection and the future of insulthood. By its nature, Lookism requires one to dismiss their individuality in exchange for acceptance, a path that ends in turmoil. Cynicism is reinforced and unremedied. A 14-year-old Brad Pierce had experienced loneliness. He found it difficult to make new friends or even find peers with similar interests. His push appeared to be an unshakable insecurity and a problem with finding the correct social group to develop with. The even larger problem was when he found his social group, not in school, but online. First, through the bodybuilding forums, where he was convinced to dirty bulk, consuming suboptimal foods to gain body mass, and as a side effect, developed severe acne. His perspective began to change, and he began to believe that the face is more important than the physique. This is why he more closely followed the newly created looksmax.net. Here, users spoke of experimental drugs and procedures, while also sharing websites where they could acquire testosterone.
Let's go.
Websites exist that sell these drugs as quote-unquote purchasable for research purposes only. This is likely how Brandon had purchased these drugs and had it mailed to his house where he would inject it and would work out at a local gym. An upgrade from his home gym his wealthy parents owned, and then he upgraded testosterone to SARMs. While both are used to enhance muscle growth, SARMs in experiments are more selective with their effect on the body and more specifically target muscle growth, at least in theory, as they are less understood than testosterone. The image on screen is a 15-year-old Brandon 1 week into using SARMs. Week after week, he would track his progress, and after 4 months, he found that he gained about 50 pounds of mostly muscle. His first foray into looksmaxing was a success. He even shared his experience with SARMs online. And although he wouldn't recommend it, he knew too well others shared his interest and would seek these drugs out anyway.
That was a dangerous pitch.
A teenager gaining 50 pounds of muscle in such a short time is extraordinary. More concerning if one is aware of the effects of testosterone and performance-enhancing drugs. Unlucky for Brandon, his parents were bodybuilders and undoubtedly knew his rapid progression was not natural. As Brandon's packages arrived, his parents caught on and began commenting.
Touchdown!
It appeared that Brandon's looksmaxing journey was not wise. That was until he discovered general delivery, a method of receiving mail meant for those that did not have a permanent address. By utilizing general delivery as shipping option, his packages were handled at the post office, and he only had to present a suitable identification to obtain his drugs. Even so, this method hardly prevented
10-0.
percent substances, but it did place him back onto his looksmaxing journey, and then to the hospital.
And the reason for that was an extremely excess amount of sodium intake from table salt. In conjunction with
sodium.
High dosage of testosterone. So I had to go to the hospital, get an EKG, make sure everything was fine, and get some blood pressure medication. but it wasn't like I had a heart attack or something like that. I just, was doing my morning, checking my blood pressure.
Braden was actively proving himself to ascend. This was literal when it came to his newest looks-maxing method, aptly named bone smashing.
Your goal is to create my
Basically, you got to use a hammer to smash parts of your face correctly to change your bone structure to look more attractive.
This looks-maxing takes Wolf's Law into account. Wolf's Law brings bones down to continued stress, and typically with the assistance of gravity, such as compaction like jogging and acute load-bearing like weight training. These are ways to increase bone density. Luxmaxers have interpreted this law to mean isolated microfractures can increase one's patient bone density. Doctors have cautioned against this trend, as it can lead to concussion, nerve damage, scar tissue, and disfigurement. However, Luxmaxers have already committed themselves. These warnings fall on deaf ears. Brian would even bone smash in front of his parents, likely as a taunt. A possible response to his parents also now raiding his room and confiscating his hammers as to prevent him from hitting himself. But his parents could not ethically confiscate his fists, and so if no blunt object was available, he would simply punch himself repeatedly in the face. Yet Braden was not
What a psycho.
himself. He had developed a rigorous skincare routine. His methods here are mostly standard for exfoliating multiple times a day to moisturizing. However, he would also tape his mouth closed as, quote, most toothpaste causes breakouts if you drool in your sleep. Unquote. For the next 2 years, Brett remained consistent in his looks-max routine, attributing it to his success, although puberty could be having just as much, or perhaps more of an impact in the results he was achieving. Whatever the case, there was still not just the room to improve, but the need to improve. By his own admittance, he was still active on multiple Black Pill forums, including
Work down.
and Cell.is, where he had secret process to avoid abandonment. A likely retribution as forum members may reject and higher
Let's go defense.
some fake cell or fake cell for short on Luxmax level. If the newest rendition of Luxmax.net, Brady began to make a bit of a name for himself by serving both as a successful story of Luxmaxing and as a test subject for new or relatively untested methods. He would even
Damn it, on 4th and 7.
log out the site and play with their friends.
We had him totally on the ropes.
Brady did too well on the flanks of the Luxmaxer. Quote, I thumb pull, bone smash, chew, and all that shit daily just because if there's a 5% chance of it working, then it will pay off because of the extreme low effort involved. My mom has copied bone smashing and mentioned it at Thanksgiving dinner before, and I got laughed retarded when his bro just blue pilling it trying to stop my ascension. Unquote. Anything for his ascension, except being tied to his children, Luxmaxing account.
Gosh. Guy's insufferable.
So hopefully she didn't see it. Unquote. If it was not Braden's intention to not gain too much notoriety, then he should not have made this post. A post that once had audio that, as the comments imply, was of Braden confronting a girl he had just slept with, and made her cry as to guilt her for cheating as she was in a relationship. The forum admired Braden's teardown of an unfaithful woman. It gave him notoriety and a comfortable place among the Luxmaxers. What kept forum members coming back to Braden's post was his continued experimentation and quote-unquote ascension. Like this post, where he uploaded before and after pictures of a chewing gum that claims to work out massacres, the cheek muscle to give them a more defined appearance. Only Braden posted 2 pictures that differentiate in composure, such as lighting and angle. Such framing could make anything look like an improvement. Side note, the same brand that makes the hard chewing gum also makes nose and mouth tape. Luxmaxers, while keenly sharing and attempting new methods, would hardly ignore the absurdity of their actions. As such, it can be hard to weigh whether one of Braden's posts is made in jest. I wrote this up quickly. If you're confused about the car ones, it's because it took a true Stacy of a date and ranted about how much I hate the Volkswagen T1, which apparently driver for pussy out. Don't recommend talking about this shit. Unquote. Attached is a list that Braden made in his post noted of things not to talk about. This list includes, but is not limited to, tap water filled with estrogen, Michelle Obama's gender, Volkswagen T1, women's right to vote, homosexuals, crime statistics, Holocaust death count, race relations, and Queen Cleopatra's race. The first reply to Braden's post rejects the possibility that Braden could always sincerely disbelieve that Braden is this socially impaired. Braden, in a deleted post, responded with, quote, nah, I made this list peak anti-Semitism.
Unquote. According to Braden, during the ceremony, he was even making videos about Hitler, likely videos defending him. But the current Braden
Horrible.
less about being anti-Semitic and more about sleeping with women. He was now sleeping with 2 women a week, not out of pleasure, but to avoid wet dreams. They were a better alternative to him than masturbating, as he is disgusted by the 4 members who masturbate multiple times a week. 3 days later, he had a change of heart, as he was now opting to masturbate for the same express purpose, to avoid wet dreams, eventually becoming fully sold on masturbation.
Okay.
What
the hell?
Plus, my jerk off.
Alright, we can't listen to this doc.
Long Stacy is jerking me off.
No, we can't. It's too,
Fuck.
it's too rated R. Can't do it. Let's see what Dreamcast guy says about MW4. Really? You gonna make the clock run on me now?
Trying to do the same items with each one of these devices your insurance. That's great, but can you ask your friend to step in? Just out here, so we're talking about the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 beta, because I've now played about 5 hours of it, getting a ton of kills, actually
Isn't this the weekend where you gotta pay for the beta? You gotta pre-order the game? And isn't it like next weekend the free play?
There's already a bunch of people there who are very split, to be honest, about their record time to kill. This feels brutal, but there's also some terrible glitches in this. Spawn points are basically busted, and they're already posting apologies about how messed up the skill-based matchmaking is. But I want to talk about the goods and the bads, because I have to admit that this is the first Call of Duty I've played in a very long time. That actually makes me hopeful. If I'm just being brutally honest, I've reviewed pretty much every Call of Duty for the last decade, and there have been some good ones and some bad ones, but the last couple have not only been some of the worst shooters I've ever played in my life, they're some of the worst games I've ever played in my life. Black Ops 7 is such a colossal dumpster fire. I was actually just now, Modern Warfare 4 beta, at least in